Senate will come back to order. Messages from the House.
The following bills dated February 20th, 2026. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House as amended by the votes indicated. Message number 126. House Bill number 10, Sexually Explicit Materials in Libraries Requirements. Ayes 48, noes 13, excused 1. Message number 127. House Bill number 111, State-Funded Capital Construction. Ayes 58, noes 2, excused 2. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Reports from standing committees.
Mr. President, dated February 20th, 2026, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom was referred House Bill 85 engrossed, post-election audit procedures, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Voting aye, Senators Boner, Dockstader, Landon, and Steinmetz. Voting no, Senator Case. Signed, Senator Case, Chairman.
Thank you. Let's see, Senator Driscoll.
Leaves the floor.
Floor is yours.
Fellow senators, join me. Young ladies, stand up, please. Welcoming Madeline Brown, who is Sheridan College Class of 2026, Honor Society Executive Member, a member of the Pine Bluffs Distilling. We're going to talk a little about imbibing on the floor. And also, to her right is, who used to be one of my interns here on the floor, is Willow Lindholm, Sheridan Class of 2026, Honor Society Executive Member, former intern for Senator Brasso, and she was the governor of the 2026 Girls State. Please join her. And she's also related to a former representative that I won't name.
He shall remain nameless.
Thank you, ladies.
Well, welcome to the Senate. Go Sheridan College. I'll take a point of personal privilege here. I see somebody from up in the balcony from Sheridan. LaDonna Liebricks is the 2025-2026 Outstanding Librarian for Wyoming. This is her 46th year in education and her 21st year at Sheridan High School. She is a former national winner of the James Patterson Award representing Wyoming for protecting the First Amendment. LaDonna was one of the first librarians enrolled in Wyoming's National Board Teacher Certification and the renewal process. Let's give a warm Senate welcome to LaDonna. Good to see so many Sheridonians down here. Okay. Anything else? All right, back to third reading of Senate File 1. We are on third reading amendment number 11.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 11, page 36, line 4.
Senator Salazar, or Driscoll, this is you, Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1. Folks, what this does is JEC had a solid position coming out. It restores the JEC addition of $5.45 million general fund and $5.45 million of federal funds for additional provider rate increases for the DD program. Also restores $4.5 million general funds and $4.5 million federal funds to reduce the DD program's wait list. This has been something we worked on for a long time, folks. It gets us kind of back up, gets us to speed a little bit. It's a good amendment, and I would stand for question and ask for your aye vote on the amendment.
Any discussion on the amendment? Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I couldn't do any better than the Vice Chair of Appropriations. This is needed. We spent a great deal of time. There was complete unanimity in the Joint Appropriations Committee about this. This takes care of if we want to talk about the most vulnerable, this is it. This is it. This is worth the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're voting on third reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 11. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Garou? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salzar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Whitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 11. 31 aye.
Third reading amendment number 11 has been adopted. We are on third reading amendment number 12.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 12, page 36, line 8.
Senator Garou.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move third reading amendment number 12 and ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. President, this is from the Department of Health. In 4 or 5 of our largest counties in the state, we have a separate public health department that's run by the counties. And all the rest of the counties is run totally by the state. What this $203,000 appropriation does is just help equalize the pay at the state level in those 4 counties. So it does not take money away from anyone, but it just brings those 4 counties that have their own programs that they pay for with a little bit of extra money to bring them up to parity with the counties that the state pays for totally. So I'd be glad to stand for any questions, but urge your support on amendment number 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Question being called. We're voting on third reading amendment number 12 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 12. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salzar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Whitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 12. 31 aye.
Third reading amendment number 12 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 13.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 13, page 36, line 16.
Senator Salazar, can you move the amendment for me and explain it since you know what it's about?
So, Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 13 to SF1. Folks, this is a way for our aging population This 1.8 is for senior care. We're trying to catch up to the inflation rate. If we don't do this, this entire program, this entire group of folks are going to be hurt. It's 1.8. Again, these are seniors who are just trying to stay out of institutionalism and allow them to have some freedom in their home. Oftentimes, it's their family members that are taking care of them. And I will tell you this, if you institutionalize, it actually costs more for the state, not less. So this is an investment that actually, in my opinion, saves the state money. So ask for your support.
Discussion on the amendment? Discussion? Question being called. We're voting on third reading amendment number 13. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 13. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 13, 31 aye.
Third reading amendment number 13 has been adopted. We're on third reading amendment number 14.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 14, page 45, line 9.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move third reading amendment 14 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable aye vote. Members of the body, this is a request for the community colleges for $350,000 that would be appropriated for them to contract with experts to evaluate and make recommendations on the community college's funding. Currently, the community colleges get kind of a block of money that is then divided up among the different community colleges. And the way that that has been figured out was a long time ago, so they're asking for just some money for an expert to come in who works with all of these different things across the state to be able to come in and just do a deep dive into what Wyoming looks like. And that way we'll have some numbers to be more strategic in how the community colleges are funded. So with that, I'd ask your aye vote.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quick, just kind of pile on to the deal. Folks, this is one of these amendments that actually can save us money long-term and make it work better. Our community college system is kind of a patchwork system. We go back from when we had very few of them and they were city colleges. Now we've got them coming in, and this really gets it where they've got a good system. Consultant brings them in a system where they all work together and work kind of a little more cohesively rather than against each other. I think this is really a good amendment to help all of our colleges get to a better place. So pretty small investment for a potential pretty good outcome.
Further discussion, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a little more clarification, because the way I read the budget, it says is to make recommendations on community college funding. And I clearly understand it would be nice if we had a little more coordination of programs and efficiency. But we need to pay somebody $350,000 to come back and tell us how much we need to fund? That's the way I read the amendment. Is that clearly the intent of what we're doing, or is it take a broader look at the programs and how we can find efficiencies and do that? Because the reading here, I don't know is exactly what was described. So a little more explanation, please.
Senator Driscoll for your second time.
Thank you. Yes, for my second time. No, I don't believe it does that way. It's, looks to me to evaluate and make recommendation on their funding, and basically what it does, in my opinion, and that, I guess, these are all open to interpretation, obviously. Maybe it should have been written tighter. We're on third reading, so. But it's really to figure out how they can all work together in between them. I'm looking at the good president up there. They just had a college split off of them. And, you know, we're really trying to figure out how we can make them all work together and do the right thing together more than try to raise them more money or do it. It's really set up to try to get them where they work as a unit together rather than against each other. And I hate to see our colleges end up in competition. We do it a lot on the floor here, and I'll be bringing some in the future, is how do you fund and not fund the colleges? And this helps them get on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whereas I share the concern and recognize the need for understanding the long-term financial sustainability of the colleges, I worry that this third-party study isn't narrowly enough defined with a clear vision, and what we're really doing is trying to pass on a responsibility to someone who's neutral and credible, as opposed to people having hard conversations here locally and in the 8 colleges, and really just saying what needs to be said instead of asking someone else to say it for them. Wyoming really needs to start demonstrating some courage with its leaders and having the hard conversations. This is directed at a lot of different agencies and a lot of different institutions across this state. And listen, I'm going to support this amendment, but I have great hesitations about it because I think it's just a way to avoid having those hard conversations with each other. And we know the most about how our programming and how our funding works for this state. So asking someone else to come and try to figure it out, I think is unnecessary and an unnecessary expenditure when we haven't really tried it ourselves first. And we're just afraid of having those hard conversations and saying what needs to be said. You know, but if it helps get us some information that maybe we haven't thought of and some fresh eyes on the current situation, you know, whatever. But I look forward to hearing candid communications that are hard from college leadership across this state and not just kind of diverting it to someone else to tell us what we're afraid to say.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I could be wrong, but I thought the community colleges already did in 2020 a similar investigation on the community colleges funding. So maybe someone can straighten me out, but I thought we had done something like this in 2020.
Anybody else before the sponsor? Anybody else? Senator Scott.
Mr. President, for all the reasons just enumerated a couple minutes ago, on and against this amendment.
All right, anybody else before the sponsor? Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'll just echo the good senator from Bates Creek. Thank you.
All right, Senator Brennan, for your second time, or are you good to go?
Nope, we'll just make sure that it's clarified. This would be money to just look at how their funding model is allocated among the colleges, and with that, I'll ask for your aye vote.
Okay, we're voting on third reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk, will please call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 14. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. Love? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 14, 16 aye, 15 no.
Third reading amendment number 14 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 15.
Senate File 1, third reading, amendment number 15, page 45, line 10.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move third reading Amendment 15 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable aye vote. Members of the body, what this does is when the colleges looked at kind of their recalibration, redistribution process that the colleges go through every 4 years, they ended up with a decrease in their money. And so what this would do is it would just bring this back up. It would give them the 1.5 million of ongoing community college state aid that they get. And with that, I would ask for your aye vote.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion. Questions for the bringer? Seeing none. We are voting on third reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 15, Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 15, 26 aye, 5 no.
Third reading amendment number 15 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 16.
Senate File 1, third reading, amendment number 16, page 45, line 10.
Senator, it's like we have two standing. Senator Grew is first. We'll send it to him first. Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 16 and ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. President, I want to direct your attention to line 5 on the amendment about decreasing amount by $9 million. That's just, once again, while we're dealing with that one big beautiful amendment, that's just the language that we have to get to what this amendment does. We're not decreasing anything. What we're doing is we're increasing the community college budget by $750,450. You can see that on line 20. And what is this for? It is for a dual enrollment program. And what that is for high school students to be able to take money for a program, kind of a pilot program, to help kids that are in high school take classes at the junior college level, at our community college level. And what it does is it helps them transition between that high school education and a local career. That, coupled with CTE funding, actually helps young people and gives them a reason to stay in our state, be able to move into the job market from the K through 12 setting through the community college setting and into the job market. And it helps them get there. And this program is a good pilot program that can help spread out throughout the university or colleges to help get them there. I urge your support and be glad to answer any questions.
Discussion, Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak on this, but it's my memory, and maybe someone can help me out if I'm wrong, but your joint appropriations committee, both sides voted in favor of this, so.
Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question. So I remember voting on this, I think, yesterday in recalibration. So why are we doing it twice? Or is there a provision where if recalibration doesn't pass, then this goes into effect, or if this passes, that doesn't? So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott.
Mr. President, in answer to that, yesterday in recalibration, we were voting on the high school side of improving this. This is the college side. So you need, if you're gonna have more students taking it, you need more funding on both sides. So this is the other half of what we were doing yesterday.
Okay. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's up to the body to decide what to do with this, but just to clarify how it works, in the recalibration bill, the amendment we passed yesterday did include a $10 million per year component, and it does flow from the Department of Education to the school district, but what school districts do with that is they pay tuition to the community colleges. So they don't even take any of that component. It is funding that is going from WDE through the school on behalf of the student to the colleges. So that and the language associated with it on recalibration are designed to provide that any student in high school in the state of Wyoming would have full access to unlimited dual enrollment programs.
Further discussion? Seeing none, we're voting on third reading amendment number 16, Senate File 1. The Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 16. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Aye. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? Aye. Aye. Cooper? Aye. Aye. Crago? Aye. Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 16, 27 ayes, 4 noes.
Third reading amendment number 16 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 17.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 17, page 45, line 10.
Senator Larson.
Mr. President, thank you. I move third reading amendment number 17 to Senate File number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is ongoing funding distributed to all 8 colleges through an agreed upon distribution formula. It deals with CTE. They requested in their budget for $15 million. This would do 1 year worth, half a year. The governor wanted the legislature to decide if we thought it was a good deal, and I definitely think it is. It sustains critical CTE programs that exist because local industries require or wanting them. It updates equipment, lab software, and technology to ensure students train on industry standard tools. And it ensures colleges can deliver state-of-the-art training aligned with high-demand careers. I hope you'll consider it and vote aye.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I would encourage an aye vote on this. This is an essential program, and particularly in southwest Wyoming, as we see a transition down there and starting to see new industries come in here, particularly with nuclear and some of this other stuff. We've had industry come in and actually supply a significant amount of equipment, whether it's for, whether you like the windmills or not, but even Halliburton training people when they needed operators that knew how to run their equipment down there when we were booming during the Jonah field days and that stuff. These programs are tremendously valuable to feed people right into our industries, and they can tailor those for each area in the state of Wyoming. It's been a great program. It's been widely supported by industry across the state in the past. This is where you get your trained folks out to go out and work in those fields, and I would encourage you for an aye vote on this.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just want to be clear. It looks like this is a new appropriation for $7.5 million. Just clarify that if you would, and why it wasn't in the original budget. Why wasn't it discussed then? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Let's go to Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just a question. Does this mean that they're going to have a free course, these people taking these courses? Just how exactly are the $7.5 million going to be expended? Just like to know just how that program would work when it came to offering the courses. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. Colleagues on the floor, while it was represented that all 8 community colleges are eligible for these funds, that's actually not accurate, because there's the newest community college is not eligible because, 1, it's not accredited yet, it's in the process, and 2, it does not assess adequate level of mills to be eligible for state funding. So this would actually be, the way I read this amendment, the way I understand the current community college funding model, the college in my community would not be eligible for this, for these funds. So I'm still in support of it because I believe in CTE, but I want to clarify, I don't believe the college in my community would be eligible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The college has demonstrated that they're willing to work with our university on this. A month ago, I took our university CTE program, invited the director over to Lincoln County. I used the proper name. We visited 3 high schools in Lincoln County. I've used it once already. 3 high schools, had complete discussions with those schools, and actually hosted the university for a chamber luncheon on this very topic. My concern is, are you pulling away from the university with this funding, where we already have a good program at the university level?
Senator Hicks for your second time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to answer the question from my colleague from over in the land of Star Valley over there, absolutely not. This is only for 2-year programs offered by those community colleges, so I don't see any way that it could possibly have any impact on the University of Wyoming's CTE program, because it's a 2-year degree, or 2-year, they're not even degrees, they're certificates in most cases. Welders, truck drivers, and these type of things. So it should have no impact on UW at all because of the 2-year nature of it.
Let's see, let's go to Senator Rothfuss next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to echo my support and as well as agree with my good friend from over in Carbon County, this won't in any way hurt the University of Wyoming, and we do tend to focus most of our CTE resources into our colleges, and that's appropriate statewide. And it isn't just certifications, it is degrees, 2 associate's degrees, and we have exceptional CTE at our colleges throughout the state at this point in time, and this is just one more way to improve that and make sure that we're providing the best education in the world, and I think we do. If you haven't toured recently our colleges around the state and seen what kinds of incredible opportunities they have there in career and technical education, then you're missing out, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to answer one of the questions was, I think, on all of the colleges being able to or not being able to, and I believe that the answer is as soon as the last college is fully accredited, they would be eligible for some of this money, and which should hopefully happen here soon. The other thing I want to point out is that the exception request for this was 15 million, and so this is half of what that exception request was that the college has asked for.
Senator Cole, for your second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I didn't get the answer the first time. What are we getting for this money? I mean, I'm the first one to support this type of activity, but are they getting, what are we getting? I mean, it's a very large amount of money for what? I mean, I haven't heard anybody tell me it's going to be used, I just assume, for a program, and the people that participate will pay whatever the current rate is for said program. It seems like a lot of money when I haven't heard an answer on what we're getting. And fully supportive of the programs that do this kind of work. I'm very familiar with this. I'm a master electrician myself and understand the trades probably more than anyone would. But I'm not going to just throw away that kind of money without having an explanation about what that kind of money buys. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody want to answer the good senator's question? Let's see here. Senator Hicks, you've already spoken twice. Yeah, you've used up your 2 strikes, my friend. How about Senator Larson?
Mr. President, I think I'm the last one standing. They are not free programs, obviously. It's a continuation of programs we'd asked for previous years. And so they want to keep their programs going. Up in my area, they've got nursing, they've got welding, they've got, they even got the construction crews for plumbing, electrical. And like it was stated before, this will not compete with UW. The UW is aiming more for the educators, and this is aiming for 2 years or less degrees. It's vital to keep our community colleges updated with equipment, labs, software, and technology. Technology is turning over quick every year. And so I'd ask for your aye vote.
Okay, we're voting on third reading amendment number 17, the Senate File 1. Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 17. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb?
No.
No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 17, 20 aye, 11 no.
Third reading amendment number 17 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 18.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 18, page 45, line 10.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move third reading amendment 18 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable aye vote. Members of the body, as the community colleges worked through, and the body that looks at their funding and stuff, worked through their fundings and their requests, they really felt that there was a need for 19 million to the state aid to offset the increases in inflationary impacts that the colleges have seen. In the budget that we have now, there is nothing to address inflationary requests for the colleges. So what this amendment does is it gives the community colleges 9.5 million to be distributed according to our statutes to help with those inflationary costs and rises that the community colleges are seeking. And with that, I'd ask for your favorable aye vote.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know with the series of these amendments for the colleges brought by the same sponsors, can we get maybe a running tally of where we are right now? In light of our last 4 actions concerning the same agency by the same sponsor?
Further discussion on the amendment before we go back to the sponsor? Seeing none, Senator Brennan? Senator Nethercott for your second time.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm informed we're approximately 40 million in community college spending in those previous amendments right now, with another 9.5 million before us. I intend to vote aye, but just a point of clarification for where we are. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Senator Salazar.
Thank you. The number is 40 million on total spending today, over 9 million on the community colleges today, is what I'm being told by LSO. So, correct.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Clarity?
It'll be 18 million for the colleges.
Okay. 10 million here, 10 million there. Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? Senator Brennan for your second time.
Thank you for my second time, Mr. President. Thank you for those of you who did math quicker than I did. Buddy, I would just ask that you just consider how much our community colleges provide in education and providing us for a workforce, and vote aye.
We're voting on third reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1. The Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 18. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? No. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Aye. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kolb? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. Love? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 18, 10 aye, 21 no.
Third reading amendment number 18 has failed. We are on third reading amendment number 19.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 19, page 45, line 10.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move amendment number 19 to Senate File 1, and body ask for your favorable aye vote. This amendment does the same thing, giving that, just helping with the inflationary impact for the community colleges, but this one would be 5 million, so please vote aye.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, million here, million there. After a while, it gets to adding up to real money. And the thing to remember in this case is that in the previous few years, when the money's been tight, these budgets have really suffered, and these colleges need the real money.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none? Call for the question. Question being called. We're voting on third reading amendment number 19. The Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 19. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 19, 17 aye, 14 no.
Third reading amendment number 19 has been adopted. We're on third reading amendment number 20.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 20, page 49, lines 18 through 23.
Senator Larson.
Mr. President, thank you. I move Senate third reading amendment 20 to Senate File number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Body, this just in the governor's request, he asked for 2 fire modules. This just knocks it down to 1, and this was a request from our firefighting unit. The firefighting module includes 2 FTE positions and 10 AWACS that are 9-month positions for wildland fire modules. It'll include the truck, equipment, and all the necessary gear that they will need. The idea of having these is to go help our local fire departments when they're called out on fires, wildland fires, and they need to head back to do their job, you know, after a day or two. They need somebody to come and replace them so they can get to their jobs. But I think that's the main reason for the fire modules. Like I said, in the budget, the governor's recommendation was 2 of them. This knocks it down to 1, and it's $2.3 million.
Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none. We're voting on third reading amendment number 20. The Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 20. Anderson? No. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? No. French? No. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. Love? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Rothfuss? Ida no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 20, 13 aye, 18 no.
Third reading amendment number 20 has failed. Third reading amendment number 21.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 21, corrected copy, page 48, line 8.
Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring third reading amendment number 21 to Senate File number 1. It's in the State Lands and Investment Division, and I ask for your favorable consideration. This is a pretty cool project up in my area. It's east of the town that, well, it's mentioned here. It's east of Lovell, and it's on BLM ground. It's a bike path called Cottonwood Canyon Trail System. It has 9 paths, and the longest one is 4 miles. This will bring in a lot of tourists and a lot of local Wyoming bicyclers. I mean, they are really excited about this. And so I bring it to you and ask for your favorable consideration. This county is a hardship county. They're having difficult times. I know this is quite a bit of money. There are other means of getting it, but it would be many years to get it. The Wyoming Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund has dollars in there, but I had heard that their maximum dollar amount would be $200,000, and they don't have those funds until 2027. There's also Wyoming State Parks Recreation Trails Program, and their maximum amount is $50,000. So both of those programs just wouldn't bring enough dollars to do the project. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, just a question is because you and my colleague mentioned that the state parks already has a trails division that actually does stuff similar to this. I was just curious as why we're running this budget into the Office of State Lands and not state parks.
Senator Cooper, did you have a question?
Not a question, just I want to speak in support of my senator behind me here. This project's not in my district, but it's on the west slope of the Bighorns. If you're not familiar with that part of the west slope of the Bighorns, it's a fascinating place. And right now we've got a really strong climbing community a little bit further south of there. We can see that climbing community is going to go over and work with these trail people. It's going to bring a lot more tourism and economic development into that area that's quite depressed right now. Besides the trail system just north of there is the cave systems of Horse Thief Cave and Natural Trap Cave. All these things can come together and really pull people into that community. It's a great project. It works in conjunction with a lot of other things that are happening right now. It's just the right thing for that corner of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. As the chairman of your Travel and Recreation and Wildlife Committee, I can just tell you that we learned of this project during the interim. Spent quite a bit of time talking about this non-motorized trail push. And Mr. President, it's really coming. It's one of the big areas that I think Wyoming could take advantage of in these coming years. This group up in the northern part of the basin has really done remarkable work on their own, and a lot of volunteer hours, a lot of businesses have stepped up to the plate up there, a pretty impressive effort. And so I think this investment, I think we're going to make our money back in a hurry on this one. I would agree with the senator from Carbon County, however. I think this might be directed in the wrong direction. We may have to correct that on the next reading. This is probably some funds that ought to go to the state parks. I think they would be much greater partners in this effort. But anyway, I definitely support the project.
Okay. Further discussion? Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to know what local effort was done to raise money to do this, how long it's been worked on. I am concerned that it's not multiple use, but maybe there's a reason for that. I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Spent the summer photographing a lot of trail work down in the southern end of my county, big national forest over there on the west side of the state. A lot of volunteers locally and coming in from across the nation. There's a big volunteer program. If you want to give up your summer vacations to go build trails, there's a program to do that. Visiting with them, but I'm sitting there thinking, well, if we do this in this area, does this open up opportunities for me to rebuild the trails in my part of the country over on the west side of the state?
Okay, further discussion? Back to you, Senator Larson, for your second time.
Mr. President, thank you. Now I'm forgetting the questions, which is horrible. OSLI was picked. I don't know if it really matters that much. It's going to be contracted out is what's going to happen with the professional trail construction people. They've been working on the project for a couple years. I sent out a brochure on this last night to all of you, I think maybe the night before, because I thought we were talking about the budget tomorrow. But yeah, 2 nights ago. They've got BLM, been working with them, and BLM is excited about it. But it'll be a fantastic project. It's going to bring in a lot of people, I think, from throughout the nation. There's lots of bicyclers out there.
Okay, we're voting on third reading amendment number 21 to Senate File 1. The Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 21. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Dockstader? Aye to no. Closing vote. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 21, 16 aye, 15 no.
Third reading amendment number 21 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 22.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 22, page 52, line 8.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 22 to Senate File 1 and ask the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this amendment provides a total of $1 million of matching funds available on a dollar-for-dollar basis to a couple of teams at the University of Wyoming that don't get as much attention as they probably should and certainly aren't as easily funded through the traditional athletics routes. This would provide up to $500,000 of matching funds to the University of Wyoming rodeo team to help build their foundation funds, as well as another $500,000 to the University of Wyoming debate team to help build their funds. Both of these university teams have been performing at exceptional levels for many years. The rodeo team started clear back in 1939 and was a member of the first college national finals rodeo. And the University of Wyoming debate team has been around since 1912. So this is a way for us to show some support for those two teams and provide them with an opportunity to go out and raise additional funds to support the team for years to come.
They caught me drinking. Any discussion on the amendment? Senator Ide.
We're back to rodeo conversation here. Always good. You know, we kind of had that debate on the museum. I got kind of aired my thoughts out there. you know, I don't know where this all starts and stops. What about the other community college rodeo teams too? Does that put a unfair balance on the other teams throughout the state, and everybody wants to go to the University of Wyoming now instead of some of the community colleges? So I think I'm on and against this appropriation.
Further discussion on the amendment? Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none? Senator Rothfuss, you want to go again, or we good to vote? Senator Rothfuss, for your second time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just say it's not a competition with the colleges. We support them as well, and I'd be voting aye on an amendment that was brought to the college rodeo teams as well. These are important teams, and they do get left behind pretty frequently. I think it's appropriate for us to be supporting them. Go Pokes.
We're voting on third reading amendment number 22, Senate File 1, and the Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 22. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? No. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. Love? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 22, 16 aye, 15 no.
Third reading amendment number 22 has been adopted. We are on third reading amendment number 23.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 23, page 52, line 4.
Senator Love.
I would move Amendment 23 to Senate File 1. This amendment is something I've sat down and talked with some of the folks from the university. There are a lot of misinformation, facts being put out there, and one thing that we can do for transparency and accountability is to require some reporting, and having had this conversation with them is a pretty easy step. It's going to dispel some of the rumors that we're 1.6 students to one faculty member. They actually pretty well have the report already put together, and it looks much, much better. In some cases, we're 15 to 1. And you have to remember, when you look at college campuses, the university is our one and only crown jewel when it comes to a four-year university. So they run our 4-H extension offices. They have our county conservation district's involvement. They have a lot of other programs going on. And so it's much more than just the campus location. And so if you look at just on campus and students on campus, you get a much different number than if you try to include all the 4-H extension offices and other personnel. And so this is going to require some personnel reporting, student reporting, some of the payroll for admin, some of those things. But it'll be a nice basic line that ends up getting reported to Joint Appropriations and the Education Interim Committee, in an effort to hopefully improve the conversation about the university.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is good. The more information we have, the better we can make decisions. So I support this amendment.
Thank you. Senator Nethercott.
On and against the amendment. Good senators, this is what we call legislating in the budget. Maybe not a bad idea, but requiring reports in this particular fashion, I don't think achieves what we want it to achieve. So on and against the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Anybody before the bill sponsor? Senator Love, you want to go for your second time? No? All right, we're going to put the debit card down for a minute. It's a little hot. This is a voice vote since it doesn't involve money. So we're voting on third reading amendment number 23 to Senate File 1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion has failed. Division being called. All those in favor stand. $13. All those opposed? More than 13. My ears are still working today. That's good. So third reading amendment number 23 to Senate File 1 has failed. Third reading amendment number 24.
Senate File 1, third reading, amendment number 24, page 52, line 4.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 24 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, this is an old friend. I'm bringing it back for your consideration again this year. It just says that of the general funds we appropriate to the University of Wyoming, they should not be funding foreign adversaries, and we should not be receiving funds from any source from foreign adversaries at our university. And it deals with exchange students and exchange faculty from foreign adversaries. We know this is an issue with colleges across our country, and I just want to make sure it's not happening here. Our foreign adversaries under 791.4 from the Secretary of State nationally is China, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and then the Venezuelan one, I believe, is not applicable any longer. But it's definitely a policy decision for the body. And so with that, Mr. President, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, on and against the amendment. This is an area we don't deal with very much, but it does affect our university. And I think frankly, Mr. President, I think it's short-sighted. In the Cold War days, we had a lot of exchange students from various communist countries. They went home with a much better understanding of how well our free and free enterprise systems really do. And what we're doing by having these students from places like, in this case, communist China, places like that, we are being very corrosive of their domestic oppressive institutions, because we're giving a lot of their citizens an understanding of what the benefits of a real free system look like. So I think, yes, they go home with information that is valuable to their country. But I think they also go home bearing the seeds of a solution long-term to the problems we have, Mr. President. So I think it's a good thing to have them here. So on and against the amendment.
Senator Grew.
Thanks, Mr. President. On and against. Students are not our adversaries. Governments sometimes are our adversaries. I think we need to keep that in mind. One of my favorite now old films about the space race. I remember one of my favorite parts, and they were talking, the engineers were all talking about between us and one of our Cold War adversaries, and talking about our experts and their experts, and we said, our Germans are better than their Germans. And so, you know, whether it's professors, whether it's students, we can learn, they can learn. As a good senator from Bates Creek said, It can be a good thing. We have nothing to fear here, but fear itself. On and against.
Further discussion? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on and against. And I concur with the recent statements about really how important these folks are to the university. And this is not one of those things that's hypothetical. The university estimates we've probably got around 88 faculty that this would apply to at this point in time, and probably around 70-ish students that this would apply to. And Mr. President, a lot of us have met a lot of these faculty, and we know them. Their kids go to my kids' schools, right? These are not scary individuals. They're hardworking educators. They're great students working in research labs. They come from all over the world to enjoy and appreciate our way of life. Our university benefits from them, and they generate really tremendous opportunities for students here in the state of Wyoming, as well as economic development and research development here in the state of Wyoming. We thrive because our universities embrace everyone. And I believe had students from every country on the foreign adversary group at some point or another, the possible exception of North Korea. I don't believe I've had any North Korean students at any point, but all the rest, absolutely, without question. All great students, as my colleague pointed out. None of those students have been the enemy. They're just not the enemy. They were wonderful people. I was fortunate and honored to be able to work with them and instruct them. And I hope we don't shut our doors to those kind, good people from around the world just because their governments are not always doing the right thing.
Further discussion? Senator Steinmetz for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just take us home. At the bottom of the amendment, this footnote shall not be construed to apply to United States citizens or permanent residents. This has been an issue for foreign adversaries, is an issue across many sectors. And so just a policy decision for the body. In communist China, they have universities devoted to our downfall. So just remember that as you consider this amendment.
We're voting on third reading amendment number 24 to Senate File 1, the Assistant Chief Clerk. Oh, actually, no, we can do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Don't need a division on that one. That one has failed. Third reading amendment number 23 has failed. Third reading amendment number 25.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 25, page 52, line 8.
Senator Barlow.
Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 25, Senate File 1, and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Colleagues, as many of you know, I've been a part of the Labor, Health, and Social Services Committee for much of my time in the legislature, and we're always trying to find ways to recruit, train, and keep medical professionals in our communities. And it was just a month ago, I was in a community where the Warm Springs are, and I came across a really unique program that's occurring in that community at their Critical Care Access Hospital. And that program is being run through, with assistance of our family residency program, but it's being funded by that local community and their rural health care district. This is a district that is very reliant on residential property taxes. So as you might imagine, they've seen some struggles with that funding. Second, there was a significant restructure of the federal government that provided support over the last 5 years for this program. Each year, this program puts out one resident into Wyoming, and all 4 of those 5 residents have stayed in Wyoming, practicing in Wyoming in rural communities as physicians. So this is a powerful program because it's training the doctors who want to be in our communities and practice in the very communities that we have the greatest shortage. And so, Mr. President, what I've approached this is, after consulting with that community, and now I've been approached by 2 other communities that are looking at this as a model for them as well, to have their future trained right within their community. And that is the most powerful thing that this brings. So what this is a matching up to $500,000, and this pays literally for the stipends for these young doctors. And the stipends for these practicing residents is, in this particular case, it's $70,000 a year. And they'll have three of these folks. So over the next 2 years, 6, you get to that $420,000 approximately. I just left a little more in this, and it's 1-to-1, so if another hospital came on board, another district came on board, there'd be an opportunity. That takes about a year, and there's one other community in the state that is also in the process of initiating this. So we've lost that federal support. They have more challenges than local support. I just think it's so critical we continue this forward and learn. Now, we know there's federal dollars that have come into the state, but right now, there's not a clear path to that. There's still a bill working through the process, et cetera. So I just wanted to give these folks some assurance that we'll at least help them with their dollars on the table too, skin in the game, to actually train more physicians in the place we need them most. And just to be clear, friends, they get obstetrics. They are providing OB services in that Warm Springs County for folks from the south and folks from the north. They're providing pediatric emergency room services. So this is training the doctors that we need most in our rural community. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration and stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, discussion on the amendment, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just real clear for my edification, if you can provide me what constitutes a critical access hospital. Not being familiar with the terminology, does that just direct it to certain, but what is a critical access hospital?
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, critical access hospital is really all our small hospitals are critical access hospitals. You have no more than 25 beds. They have a special, it's a federal designation that gives them special status in terms of Medicaid, and it essentially means almost any one of the small hospitals in the state will be a critical access hospital, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, clarification, I'm trying to figure out where this fits in with the existing program where we tie in with medical training in the Pacific Northwest, and then a couple of us have been traveling 2 or 3 times now to the Intermountain West, Wasatch Front, to talk to another medical school there and hook them up with the University of Wyoming so that we find ways to put physicians in our communities across Wyoming, whether it's critical care or not. How would this program tie in with that? Because I hope eventually we'll have 2 medical schools working with the university here in Wyoming.
Thank you. Anybody else? Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to comment as we look at what does healthcare in Wyoming look like, and just let the body know that rural medicine is different than other medicine that is practiced in bigger cities. And I think it's a great idea that we get physicians, and the sponsor can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm assuming that a lot of these would be family practice physicians that then would get more of a specialized training in that rural health type of medicine and what they might see. This is a great idea.
Anybody else? Seeing none, back to you, Senator Barlow, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the questions and the conversation. Years ago, the state of Wyoming made a decision not to participate in a federal program called graduate medical education. We're the only state that doesn't participate in that. And that means we don't have the resources to take those doctors that are trained, whether this is a program out of the Northwest or a new program that might be with another state on the Wasatch Front. We don't have the resources to take those graduate physicians and take them through their residency. And this is a residency program. So this is the next steps in their medical training. And so that's why this isn't so important. And it was talked about being rural medicine. Actually, what this is frontier medicine. You're the only one on call. You have to actually address everything. It's a little bit of a stretch, but when I got out of veterinary school and went to Newcastle, Wyoming, I walked in the door and I said, well, you must do mixed animal practice. And the old jaded veterinarian from Yoder, Wyoming, who moved to Newcastle said, no, we do general practice. Whatever generally walks in the door, we generally work on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what frontier practice is. This is everybody, they have to be able to deal with everything that comes their way. And to the good chairman of Labor Health, yes, they are trained to do those advanced procedures in that rural setting, and they have built the teams to do that, those procedures. So this is a really unique spot, and it'll take all those graduates, whether they're from our state program or the state program we have now through our WWAMI or new programs we have, it takes them and prepares those that want to be in these smaller communities on this frontier and trains them to be the best they can. And right now, they're staying in Wyoming because they want to be in Wyoming and they're training in Wyoming. This is really powerful. Look, this is skin in the game, and this is skin that stays in Wyoming. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. We're voting on third reading amendment number 25. Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 25. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Baru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Hyde? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 25, 27 aye, 4 no.
Third reading amendment number 25 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 26.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 26, page 52, line 4.
Senator Larson.
Mr. President, thank you. I bring you third reading amendment number 26 to Senate File number 1. It's about,
Can you move the amendment, sir?
Oh, did I not say move?
You brought it, but you didn't move it.
Sorry. Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 26 to Senate File number 1. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's on university state aid. What essentially it does is it reduces all the UW exception requests that the governor recommended, excluding the School of Energy Resources. Those exception requests include matching funds endowment, $12,000,000, career technical education of $6 million, athletic operating support of $6 million, critical minerals initiative of $450,000, internship program of $2.3 million, and clinical assistant professor at Casper Family Medicine, $285,000, for a total of $27.5 million. That's the amendment, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment? Discussion? Seeing none. We're voting on third reading amendment number 26. Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 26. Anderson? No. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? No. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kolb? No. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. Love? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Pearson? Pearson, aye to no.
Hicks, no to aye.
Hicks? No to aye. Closing vote. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 26, 2 aye, 29 no.
Third reading amendment number 26 has failed. Third reading amendment number 27.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 27, delete.
Senator Crum.
Mr. President, without objection, I'd move that we withdraw amendment.
Just ask, please. Don't move.
Request. Thank you, sir. Request that amendment number 27 be withdrawn.
Absent objection, third reading amendment number 27 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 28.
Mr. President.
No, it has to be read in first. Has to be read in first.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 28.
Senator Crum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd request that third reading amendment number 28 be withdrawn.
Absent objection, third reading amendment number 28 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 29.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 29, page 125, line 13.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're on a roll. Without objection, I would request that third reading amendment number 29 to Senate File 1 be withdrawn.
Hearing no objection.
3 in a row.
Excuse me? Oh, sorry. Absent objection, third reading amendment number 29 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 30.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 30, delete.
Senator Love.
Absent objection, I will withdraw amendment number 30.
Hearing no objection, third reading amendment number 30 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 31.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 31, delete.
Senator Love.
Absent objection, I will withdraw the amendment. 31.
Hearing no objection, third reading amendment number 31 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 32.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 32, delete.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, when I see a train coming, I know to get out of the way. Mr. President, I ask that this amendment be withdrawn.
Absent objection, third reading amendment number 32 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 33.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 33, page 83, line 3.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 33 to Senate File 1. Folks, what this does is restores the JAC addition of $3 million general fund for increased state contributions to counties for compensation of county and prosecuting attorneys, and added footnote number 1 to specify the distribution of the funds. Folks, this was passed well out of the Appropriations Committee, and we kind of need it to help our county attorneys. I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Stand for questions.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Barlow.
Mr. President, certainly in support of this amendment, and I thank you for bringing it. I also know that we have other folks that defend folks on the state level, and wonder if there's any similar consideration giving to those folks, those defense attorneys. Thank you.
Senator
Public
Nethercott.
defender. Public.
Thank you, Mr. President. Those public defenders are state employees under the state A&I system. County attorneys and district attorneys are not.
Further discussion? Question being called. We're voting on third reading amendment number 33, Senate File 1. The Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 33. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Conflict? Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 33, 29 aye, 1 no, 1 conflict.
Third reading amendment number 33 has been adopted. We are on third reading amendment number 34.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 34, page 84, line 7.
Senator Crago.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 34 to Senate File 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this appropriation is tied to two bills that are progressing through both bodies. One is Senate File 39, which is, and the other one is House Bill 45. They have similar goals. They are the extension of the long-term homeowners tax exemption, or in the case of the one bill, the total repeal, actually in the case of both bills, the repeal of the sunset date. And after talking to some of our folks in fiscal, they thought it'd be appropriate to actually put this number in the budget so the public is well aware of what this is costing us to backfill the education portion of those bills, which in this case is $21.9 million. And so that's the point of this particular amendment, is to fund those should they happen to pass. Either of the bills happen to pass, both will not. So if one of those two bills passes, then this is the funding mechanism for that so that we can continue to fund our schools. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion? Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to make sure I understand, if we don't pass this amendment, the schools will still be funded. I just want to clarify that. We have automatic mechanisms to account for decreases in the local property taxes that they raise or don't raise. So I appreciate the transparency. I think that's the effort. Just want to clarify that even if we don't vote for this, that we're still going to fund the schools.
Any further discussion? Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just, is this ongoing or perpetual effectively every year to backfill that? Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody else before the sponsor? Anybody else? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in order to maybe give some other folks time to think on this and rise to some answers, this is the long-term homeowner, where if we remove the sunset date, yes, this is ongoing. And this is not about whether we're going to fund it or not. We have that obligation. This is about providing a mechanism for the public to understand what the consequences of legislative action is. So it will show up and be accounted for through that process. I think that's understood what the proponent was doing, is allowing us to know the actions we take have consequences. They have consequences to the funds that we are additionally responsible for education. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, back to you, Senator Crago, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, so this would only be funding for the biennium. It's not an ongoing at this point. That would have to be up to us later. So when we first did this particular bill a couple years ago, we put the actual funding mechanism within the language of the bill. So to answer the question of the good senator right behind me, I'm not exactly sure. I think that's, I mean, yes, we will fund education, but this makes it clear that we're taking the affirmative step to do so and to create the transparency necessary so the public understands exactly where their money's being spent. And so that's the purpose of this amendment. Hopefully that answers everybody's questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, we're voting on third reading amendment number 34. The Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 34. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar?
No.
No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman? Aye. McEwen? Ida no. Salazar? No to aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 34, 21 aye, 10 no.
Third reading amendment number 34 has been adopted. We are on third reading amendment number 35.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 35, page 85, line 10.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 35 to Senate File 1. Honorable members, this is the program Farm to School. I think, passed out some literature on this either last year or the beginning of the session. It's been confusing for me. Let me tell you what the Farm to School program does. It brings local ag farmers and ranchers to the school districts to sell their products at the local school district. So what it does is it keeps those dollars in the community. Secondly, it provides fresh food, meats, vegetables, dairy products to those local schools. It means that we're not shipping in food from different states, we're keeping it local. The food is fresher, and so all these dollars are staying within this community. So I will be upfront and tell you that this was a federal program for $300,000 each biennium. The federal government cut that. So what I am asking is on this specific program, out of the general fund, we take $300,000 biennium and keep this going. This is a win all the way around. It's a win for our local businesses, farmers and ranchers. It's a win for our schools. And it keeps that money within the community. And so for $300,000, I would ask that we continue this program and ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Discussion. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. Just a quick question. Am I reading that this would be a yearly expenditure, or is this a biennial amount? That's the only question I've got.
Anybody else before the sponsor? Anybody else? Okay, back to you, Senator Salazar, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, to the Honorable Chairman, it is a biennial number.
Okay, we are voting on third reading amendment number 35. Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 35. Anderson? No. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 35, 27 aye, 4 no.
Third reading amendment number 35 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 36, corrected copy.
Senate File 1, third reading, amendment number 36, corrected copy, page 85, line 5.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 36 to Senate File 1 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Fellow senators, this is a second attempt at ensuring that the Education Savings Account program is funded at least till we come back into session next year. As a reminder, this was a bill that we passed last year that would provide up to $7,000 per family for tuition costs, other costs at private schools or homeschooling. It's currently stayed by a district court judge here in the capital city. But there's a possibility, we don't know what's going to happen, but there's a possibility that that stay may be lifted during this school year, this 25-26 school year. And so what this amendment does is that it allows for up to $30 million, and that's how much we appropriated last year. Given the fact that over 4,000 children signed up, 4,000 families signed up for this program, that $30 million is completely spoken for. So it's important to understand that it's possible that that stay could be lifted this school year. A significant portion, if not all of that money goes out the door. Then for next school year, we have no funds. So we authorize a program. It's possible that the courts will allow it, at least temporarily, while the case goes through the system, and then we'd have no funds for it. I would submit to you that's probably not a very good way of starting off such a program that has received significant support throughout this legislative process. And so what this amendment does is it has several triggers. It allows for up to $30 million out of the rainy day fund, but only under certain conditions. First of all, the stay has to be lifted. And second of all, they have to appropriate funds and spend funds during this school year. And then if both those conditions are met, the superintendent is authorized to go into the rainy day fund only up to the amount which they spent this current school year to ensure that even if they spend some or a portion of the funds this school year, there'll still be another $30 million available for next school year until we can come back and assess the situation. Given the fluid nature of the legal challenges, the way our judicial system works, where the Supreme Court may lift the injunction, we just don't know. And if they don't lift the injunction, all these funds stay in the rainy day fund. So it's a tailored, flexible methodology. It spends no more money than we absolutely have to, but it makes sure that we're covered until we come back to the general session next year, at which point I'm sure we will know more about the status of this program. So that's what the amendment does. I hope that's just as clear as mud. We're dealing with a lot of ambiguity here. Everybody's kind of struggling with it, but this amendment will allow for funding for the program to the extent which it is needed and no more. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Questions? Let's start with Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I just want to be clear, because I think I recall from the last explanation of this, there's already $30 million. This is adding a subsequent $30 million. But when I look at the language on line 23, page 1 of this amendment, it's for school year 25-26, which we are two-thirds of the way through 25, 26. So actually, if the stay is lifted, what this would say is those 4,000 applicants, we would be paying that $7,000 or whatever amount, I believe it's $7,000 for school that had already taken place. I just want to be clear about that this year. And then there would be a subsequent $30 million available for the next school year, i.e. 26, 27. Am I understanding this accurately? Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Okay. Senator Ide.
Yeah, I stood up there as well. He asked the same question that I was going to ask, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Scott.
Mr. Vice President, very simple question on the source of funds. Mr. President, it said rainy day fund. Is that, do you mean the LISRA account? Is that what you mean by that?
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to thank the bringer and the sponsor of this bill. I think this is a really thoughtful way of looking at where we're at with this Steamboat Legacy Scholarship that we passed this year, what the courts have done, who's been signed up, what the department has done in putting things in place, and this assures that this will be funded without us just setting funds aside that don't go anywhere or just stay in account. So I think this is a thoughtful way to do this.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, and I just want to reaffirm, as my understanding of this is the $30 million in the account has already been awarded. And that money would have been paid out had it not been for the injunction. If the injunction's lifted, that $30 million will be paid out for the 25, 26, that 4,000 students that enrolled in that and were approved for that. So there's 30,000 or 30 million in the account, but it's already been obligated to over 4,000 scholarships in the state of Wyoming. I want to make sure that's what we're doing for this year. So if the injunction's lifted, that money goes out the door. And I think that's what happens. This only funds it for the next year, but in the case the injunction's lifted, there is no money in there for next year, and we won't be back in time to put it in there. I just want to make sure that's exactly the way I understand it, if that's correct.
Senator Nethercott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I think there's just a lot of confusion here. I share the good senator from Campbell County's question, which is now very much confused by the senator from Bag's question. I think two fundamentally different concepts going on with this amendment. I think the allegation that the money is obligated, I understand there's people who feel they applied and received, but whether or not that is actually legally obligated in light of the fact that there is a pending injunction challenging the constitutionality of it would hinge on whether or not it's obligated. Whether or not the stay is lifted is a different concern outside of the constitutionality of the legislation. So there's a lot of complicated legal issues here. So let's say, for example, the stay was lifted, which I think is unlikely. And we send out $30 million that's determined to be an unconstitutional act that the court later determines is unconstitutional. Should we claw it back? Some of you are saying yes. I mean, so I do think that I appreciate what this amendment is doing. I think there's some danger in truly appropriating money prior to the court's determinality of the constitutionality of the act. And so I urge caution on that, but clarity on if the court issues an opinion prior to the 26-27 school year, if there's money already appropriated, and I would assume there is because the act had that appropriation in it. It has not actually been appropriated or truly obligated out, and would go into effect for the 26-27 school year. So just some clarity around those pieces
you. Anybody else? Anybody else before the sponsor? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. The way I read this, it says the appropriations effective only if the Attorney General certifies to the governor that the injunction has been terminated. And so I don't think it'll even be transferred into the account unless those specifications are met, the way I read the amendment. So I think we're covered there on and for the amendment.
Thank you. Senator Nethercott for your second time.
Thank you. I just want to clarify the difference between a terminated injunction versus the constitutionality of the act. Two very different things. Again, I don't think that an injunction will be lifted prior to the determination of the constitutionality of the act, but just kind of that pragmatic reality of the circumstances. So just know that.
Senator Hicks for
Yeah,
your
Mr.
second
Chairman,
time.
it's nuanced, but it seems to me like the funds are obligated, they just haven't been awarded. And again, that's two different things. We've obligated those funds, they've taken applications for them, but they have not awarded those funds yet. And that's, so if we're in the nuanced terminology, they're obligated because we appropriated them and they're sitting in the Department of Education's account. They just have not awarded those funds. So that's just a fine nuance, the difference between awarded and obligated.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President, for my second time. So I'll go back to my original question. Is there $30 million in the account, or is there $30 million available now? Does this $30 million, is this an additional $30 million? And what is the context of line 23 of the amendment when it says, of this $30 million, i.e. this new money, this is a footnote under new money, this is for 25-26. So if there's already $30 million, what happens to that money? If this is the 25-26 and the stay is lifted. So is there two pots of $30 million? And what's the context? If there's not, then I understand this. If there are two pots, then please explain the 25-26 and then what happens to the remainder of the money since we're at the end of a biennium. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else before the sponsor? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, obviously, I've had issues with the constitutionality of the scholarship from the get-go, and I think the good senator from Cheyenne brought up a lot of good points that if we expect the courts to move fast, I think we're up in the night. They don't move quite fast, and I'm sorry to say that, but and I understand that this is a big deal, and they've got to spend a lot of time on it. But I think we're putting the cart ahead of the horse here by thinking that the courts will lift that stay and away we go. I think the school year will be way past over before that ever sees the light of day. Thank you.
Anybody else? Senator Boner, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I agree, and I think we've heard some debate on this floor. We don't know what the court's going to do. To be clear, if they don't lift the stay until after the end of the current school year, or if they don't lift it at all, then nothing happens. So that's exactly the way that this amendment is crafted to answer the question of my colleague from Bates Creek. Yes, we are talking about the LSRA. When I say rainy day fund, that is what we're talking about. And just hopefully make this crystal clear to my colleague from Campbell County. Yes, there is currently $30 million sitting in an account. In the circumstance, and only in the circumstance, where we expend a portion of that or all of that during the school year and those funds are gone, then the superintendent is authorized to go into the rainy day fund in an amount equal to the amount expended in this current school year. So to give an example, say they are authorized to expend $20 million for whatever reason. You know, some of the kids applied for these scholarships, they were denied the scholarship, they end up going to public school instead. Say they end up putting out $20 million worth of scholarships this school year. Then the Department of Education is authorized up to that amount through the rainy day fund for next school year. So at June 30th of this year, regardless of what happens with the courts, there's going to be $30 million in the account and no more than that for the next school year. So that's the effect. Hope that makes it clear to everybody. I ask you to vote aye.
Okay, we are voting on third reading amendment number 36, the Senate File 1. The Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 36. Anderson. I, Barlow. No, Boner. I, Brennan. I, Case. No, Cooper. No, Crago. I, Crum. No, Dockstader. No, Driscoll. No, French. I, Garou. No, Hicks. I, Hutchings. I, I, Jones. No, Kolb. I, Landon. No, Larson. I, Love. I, McEwen. I, Nethercott. No, Olson. I, Pappas. No, Pearson. I, Rothfuss. No, Salazar. I, Schuler. No, Scott. I, Steinmetz. I, President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote, Anderson. Ida, no. Docksetter. No to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 36, 18 aye, 13 no.
Third reading amendment number 36 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 37.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 37, page 103, line 21.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 37 to Senate File number 1 and would ask for your favorable consideration. This goes into what we call the budget balancer. So at the end of the day, when we tally up what the body's done and what the actual comes out of conference, there's usually a number of money that's left over out there. In the current budget that came out of JAC, that money ran to the LSRA. The only thing this does, and we won't know what that number is until we have a final budget, but anything that's left over, rather than going to the LSRA, it just flows into the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, and that's all this does. It just changes where that flows. And to get back to the discussion that we had earlier, 40% of our entire general fund is funded with investment earnings, and so this helps build future returns back by putting it into the corpus. I'd stand for any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm curious what the motivation is. I think this is our standard practice unless I'm missing something. But typically we're pouring that into the LISRA at this point in time. We've been spending out of the LISRA. Typically, this helps us to refill that LISRA, and we're still, based on my understanding, projecting a slow decline in the LISRA balance. So why do we want to do this? And the second question would be, how much money do we expect this to be? Like, how much was it this year and last year that we're talking about? I realize that we can't predict it accurately, but we can certainly look in hindsight at what our expectation would be. Thank you.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for the amendment, just some concerns about our current, we just did 30 million out of the LISRA, obligated it there. What impacts will we have on the current obligations with LISRA if we change this now, which I fully support? Do we have a sense of that?
Bales before the sponsor. Back to you, Senator Hicks, for your second time.
So again, my colleague is correct, we don't know, but in the current profile, as the budget came out of JAC, it was estimated that it was probably going to be somewhere around $44 million. Again, it would go into the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. I would just keep in mind that that I think as our JAC folks have already indicated, bar some significant correction. Just in the last, from December to January, I just encourage you to go look at what's in that general fund as far as, so the projections is we never project out what the future is going to be with capital gains. So my point being is, this is a thing that generates capital gains. It's not likely next year that we're going to have a shortfall or the next year after that. It just generates more capital gains and investment returns by putting it into the corpus. And so it's a policy decision. In my time, we've done it both ways. If we were talking school foundation funding, we've done it both ways. It's really a policy issue. Typically, when we have money to spend and our reserves are in relatively good place, we put it to where we get the highest rate of return, and that's in your corpus.
Okay, we're voting on third reading amendment number 37, the Senate File 1. Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number. Yes, third reading amendment number 37. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. Love? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Landon? No to aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 37, 22 aye, 9 no.
Third reading amendment number 37 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 38.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 38, delete.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 38 to Senate File number 1. I just ask for your consideration. If you have a little handout here on your desk that has that Senate File 38 or amendment number 38 on it. And so if you go talk to our budget and fiscal staff, if you go down there and you see where the arrows are at, this is called the SSPRA, the School Foundation Program Reserve Account. Only thing we're doing here, and if you look at that long-term profile, $88 million, $88 million, 3 bienniums out, $88 million. And so, Mr. President, the only thing we're doing with this is we're moving it into the School Foundation Program. The reason that's in there, are we on the right one? Yeah, the money's just going into the School Foundation Program. Part of that's just transparency. The money's sitting there. If you talk to the budget and fiscal people, they'll say it's just stranded. We're just putting it over there so it shows the total profile for the School Foundation Program. That's all it's doing, is just saying, look, there's 88 million, 88 million, 88 million. We're just moving it in there so you can see what's in the School Foundation Program available. It's just a transparency issue. That's all we're doing. We're just consolidating 2 buckets into 1 bucket. It all goes to the same place. I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why is it stranded there? I mean, is there a reason for that? What's the wisdom there? And then, I mean, obviously the answer is yes, but will we obviously, is there an estimate of how much more we'll be earning if we combine those pots together for investment purposes? Yeah, but why is it stranded? Why would we, was there any wisdom in doing that intentionally?
Anybody else before the sponsor? Senator Rothfuss.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I share that concern. As I understand it, it started, and yes, it's stranded in the reserve account because there's no mechanism to get in or out of the reserve account. And so that is the amount of money that's there, and it's been there. Question I have, it would make sense to me to take that money and put it in the, say, Common School Permanent Land Fund reserve account, or holding account, I guess is what it is, so that we're filling up the Common School Permanent Land Fund. This just puts it into the School Foundation Program account So basically, we're just spending this money. My question then, and maybe this still works out, my question then is the intent that we just move this into the expenditure account? The assumption is that we'll have excess, the excess will go into the holding account, and it just cash flows exactly the same outcome. I mean, is that the intent? Because this doesn't seem like it does anything but spend the money. But depending on how much we need, that might be advisable. At the same time, it's my recollection that we're drawing upon the LISRA, so maybe this just reduces the amount we draw from the LISRA by $88 million in the end of the equation. I think that's probably what ends up happening.
Anybody else? All right, Senator Hicks for your second time.
Let me try to provide this, and it's complicated, as you guys know. We can profile and spend out of this. We just chose not to. It just sits there until we profile it and say, now, so think about this. We spend out of the school foundation program account. So you look at these expenditures. It's no different than when you see on there like the last discussion out of S10, which is the LSRA. But because the school foundation program has been fully funded, we haven't done any appropriations out of there. The money just sits there. Now, to my colleague's component when we deal with this, if we put it in there, what it effectively does is you don't need to draw against the reserve account. The reserve account sits there. So as long as this is adequately funded and there's plenty of money in the school foundation program, we don't have to draw against the reserve account. The reserve account generates, this doesn't generate much interest income because it's profiled for expenditures. And every time you do that and you say, the treasurer's gonna say, we don't know if you're gonna spend it or not, so it's in very liquid assets, low yielding, we're gonna put it into the foundation program. That will profile and show what that is. What it effectively does is if the school foundation program is fully funded, we don't draw out of the reserve account. So it stops that draw in the reserve account. Reserve account has a higher rate of return. That also buffers the corpus, which gets a higher rate of return. So the whole thing with this thing is we're just moving it over there. It'll show up as a big number. That 88 million is going to go into the school foundation program account. We're solvent there for the next biennium. That has enough money in there. Typically, when that drops down, it triggers a withdrawal from the reserve account. That starts to get into the investment earnings. And the only thing this does is say it's over here. We're going to profile it over here. It's available for expenditures. If we don't need it, it sits there, but it gives longer duration to be able to manage that reserve account and the corpus for more higher investment returns. You start to get that illiquidity premium that we can invest that in longer securities. It's just moving money where we're going to put it to work. It's still going to the exact same place. We're just not spending out of it now, but it's profiled for expenditures, so it does not generate the rate of return that we can get by buffering the reserve account. I know that's complicated, but that's all this thing does.
Okay, we're voting on third reading amendment number 38. Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 38. Anderson? No. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading Amendment number 38, 24 aye, 7 no.
Third reading amendment number 38 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 39.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 39, page 103, after line 21.
Senator Crago.
Mr. President, I'm going to turn over. I'm losing my voice. Might have
Okay, we
Senator
will
Grew.
call in the big tall righty from the bullpen here, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 39 and ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. President, members, this is a transfer of $228,600,000 from the SIPA account to the general fund. This is a true right now budget balancer. We've been talking about the SIPA account. There are bills pending, lots of talk about it. Don't know what's going to happen when it hits down the hall. But those of you who were here last year remember that we passed an amendment or passed a bill at the end, which had some money in it that was very artfully and interestingly vetoed by the executive downstairs. And so we just wanted to help out and make sure that we don't have any problems or any ambiguities to make sure that we transfer this money out so there can be no mischief. Vote aye. Thank you.
Discussion. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, going back to the discussion we had on the SIPA repeal bill, 45% of this $228.6 million, if we wait until we have the transfers in place, should be transferring to the school foundation program. This takes it and simply moves it to the general fund. So as I understand this, we're basically taking away $110 million from the school foundation program and putting it into the general fund. If that's what it's doing and I'm right, I don't think we should do that. We've been profiling it based on the assumption that we're going to have that money available for the school foundation program, and I don't know why we would do this. So my first question then is that correct? My second question is, why do we want to do that if it is correct? Because I don't have a sense that I do want to do that at this time. If this just was an implementation of taking the 55% to the general fund, 45% to the school foundation program account, that would be one thing, but I don't see why we're now selecting it to go to the general fund rather than the school foundation program.
Further discussion, Senator Landon.
Mr. President, same question. Do we need this money in the general fund? Are we underwater? And why wouldn't we be sending this to a savings account? Maybe a permanent one.
All right, Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, this doesn't have the level of reductions for my colleague from Albany County because this is the money that would normally flow into the SIPA. That 45% that you're concerned with, the vast majority of that comes from the guarantee out of the reserve account. So it's not going to be that number that you see there as the total transfer, that 45%, because it's a lot of that money that goes in there would come out of that guarantee. This money started in that general fund, and then it flows to the SIPA and what we're putting it back into. So if we put it back into the general fund and we get through with the budget, that flows right to any excess then flows right back into the LSRA. And so that money is going to end up back in the LSRA. Again, in the discussion we've had, we have the $100 million auto appropriation to the schools. You've got the other funds that are coming in, the amendments that we put on the SIPA account earlier, or that's coming up that tries to do that. But it isn't the level of impact of the school foundation program because it's the guarantee coming out of the reserve account that's covering a lot of that right now. This is going to go in, any excess here is going to go into the LSRA.
Anybody else before the sponsor? Senator Grew, take it away.
It was just artfully explained by my colleague, the man from Bags. Vote aye.
All right, Assistant Chief Clerk, take it away. We're going to vote on third reading amendment number 39. Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 39, Anderson? No. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? Aye. Crum? No. Dockstader? No. Driscoll? No. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Barlow? No to aye. Closing vote, Jones? No to aye. Dockstader? No to aye. Driscoll? No to aye. Crum? No to aye. Schuler? No to aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 39, 26 aye, 5 no.
Third reading amendment number 39 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 40.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment 40, page 121, lines 9 through 26.
Senator Love.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move Amendment 40 to Senate File 1. This is something that JAC had put in the budget that they presented as a loan of $16 million. This is going to put this back in, but we're also going to move it to a grant. So this has tremendous White House support. It's focused on national security and energy dominance. Currently, foreign interests control 90% of our global rare earth minerals. We're in a race that we must win. This project has support, and that race, and this is our move to gain some ground. Wyoming stands at the forefront of a critical American first opportunity, leading the charge to shatter China's stranglehold on rare earth elements essential to U.S. national defense, high-tech industries, and warfighter superiority. By strategically investing in this project in Upton, the state can position itself as the nation's premier hub for secure domestic rare earth productions, outpacing other states and delivering an unbreakable American supply chain. This has the opportunity to create somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 360 mining jobs, 20 processing jobs. It's looking at generating about $3.78 million a year in tax revenues and about $500,000 a year in WDEQ primacy. And so this is a pretty good opportunity for Wyoming to step into this race and help win back from our adversaries what should always have been ours. So thank you, Mr. President.
Quick question on here. So what's the fiscal note associated with this? It looks like it's releasing existing money in the budget, but how much is that? If we can get that, it'd be helpful.
Senator Scott, so you don't have to sit back down and get back up again, sir.
Mr. President, this, as I understand it, goes to projects in the rare earth area, and that's certainly an area that the country needs to have pursued. The question I've got is a little different. The amendment speaks of grants. Who are the grants going to? And my my concern is, are we within the requirements of Article 16, Section 6 of the Constitution? Which, let me just read. Either the state nor any county, city, township, town, school, district, or other political subdivision shall loan or give its credit or make donations to or in aid of any individual, association, or corporation except for the necessary support of the poor. Are we within the bounds of Article 16, Section 6?
Senator Nethercott.
If you voted for $30 million for an extra appropriation for the Steamboat Legacy Act, then you should have no problem voting for this out of concern for that constitutional article. Same concept, same constitutional provision. So you want to be very consistent, perhaps, with your interpretation of the application of that constitutional article. My thoughts are no.
Senator Scott, you want to go for your second time?
Mr. President, for my second time, the Steamboat thing is in the area of education. We're helping people get an education. I think that is very different. If this is a grant to a corporation, this is exactly the sort of thing that is prohibited by 16.6. And I think we need to think about that very hard. It may be structured in a way that's all right, and that's what I'm trying to find out, Mr. President. But absent convincing arguments, I'm going to have to vote against the amendment.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great questions and pretty easy answers. It goes to the Energy Authority, and it's open to more than a single thing. It's like everything else we've done, and we've done this over and over again. These are competitive grants, and they may or may not go to one. I would hope it ends up to one that I know about. You know, the United States right now, I believe, has 3 kind of in-process rare earths plants. One of them right now sits up there in my district. This is not necessarily 100% where it could go. When it goes to the Energy Authority, these grants become competitive. And that's how the Constitution works. We've done it in other places, and they're done under different ways. I see shaking heads, but we've done it over and over and over again, folks. Read the Constitution and then go look at how we've handled these end of it, and it has been constitutional over and over again. This one, once again, we're down to fighting over how we do economic development in the state of Wyoming. I'm going to hit it head on, folks. You know, this was pretty easily gone through. It was changed into a loan program, and the flat fact of the matter is we have the ability to take Wyoming forward or watch other states go forward around us. These are competitive things. We happen to be like everything else. I mentioned it the other day. We have unbelievable mineral resources. Guess what companies we get to come to Wyoming? Ones that only come to Wyoming because we have a resource here that they can't get somewhere else. And then we watch that product go across our state line somewhere else, be enhanced in value, and bring a lot more money. I don't care if it's soda ash down in the Southwest, rare earths, coal, whatever it is, everything we do here, someone else makes more money off it than we do. And it's time for Wyoming to step up, be a big part of it. And this it is. I can tell you, as far as the Constitution goes, let's treat it exactly the same way as the one we just talked about. Let someone file a lawsuit, let's see if it's constitutional. I'm willing to do that. Folks, for us to sit and read the Constitution on the floor and to judge, that's not actually our role. We actually have someone else who can do it. We've done this over and over and over again. This is a good project, hundreds of millions of dollars investment, and potentially a game changer for the state of Wyoming and the United States of America. I'd ask you to support it. Once again, it does make a difference.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think it's definitely a well-intended thought on this going. You know, number one, I don't like the loan or the grant program, obviously. And, you know, to me, this one is very vivid, textbook redistribution of wealth to corporate entity. It's just not, it's not what we ought to be doing here. We're turning into a venture capital company in here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, on and for this amendment. It's very important that we support this rare earth element projects right now. Like they said, it'll go to the Energy Authority and they'll make those decisions just like we have it set up to do. And I hope that the rare earth can be the receptor of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a couple of questions because, and we've got some proponents that still have an opportunity to stand, so perhaps they can help. It is hard to read this in exactly where it's supposed to go, and I haven't had the opportunity to do that, so I'll just ask. I'm familiar with the previous Energy Matching Fund program that we had, that we were operating for a couple of years in previous budgets. It seems to me that this is re-implementing that identical program that we've already operated and flowed about $100 million, if not more, through. We're doing it, as I understand it, the same way we did it before, and we've got a focus on rare earths through this. That is how I'm interpreting it, and I want to know, is that accurate? Second question is, and maybe I missed it, my apologies if I did, how many dollars are in this that will now be eligible for grant? I didn't hear that, so if that was already talked about, my apologies. And the third, I will note that, in my opinion, it is our obligation, and I feel strongly about this, it is our obligation to determine what is and isn't constitutional. We swear an oath to the Constitution. I'm going to do everything in my power to pass constitutional work. I'm not leaving it up to the court, although I will fully respect the court when they rule that I am right or wrong. To me, that is our obligation. That is how we roll. So it isn't just leave it up to the court. It is do our absolute best to uphold the Constitution and then respect the court when they tell us we're right or wrong. That said, Mr. President, I was comfortable with the Energy Matching Fund program as we created it a few years ago. I think it was 3 years ago that we created it, and operated it for at least 2 years, which is why I'm asking. If it's that, I'm going to be an aye vote. If it's identical to that program, working through the same process and same system, but targeting the funds for rare earths, I will be an aye.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quote from one of our forefathers to go along with my good tall friend from Bates Creek. Good intentions will always be pleaded for every assumption of authority. It is hardly too strong to say that the Constitution was made to guard the people against the dangers of their good intentions.
Thank you. Senator Driscoll for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President, for my second time. Back to the great senator from Ivory Towers. Yeah, this is funded exactly off of the deal. It's just stuck into it. It has got no other funding in it. There's money in that account, but none that's this way. It's $16 million. It's dollar for dollar match. It doesn't say that in here, but it says anybody that applies for it, it's got to be dollar for dollar. And it really does not specify that it goes to specific. And obviously there's front runners on the thing, but really what we want, folks, we want rare earths processing in Wyoming. There's one plant in Texas producing now and one plant in Nevada, I believe. Both of them, the one in Nevada is at a very small scale. The one in Texas is just up and going. And the demo plant up in our neck of the woods, I believe you'll see a press release somewhere, hopefully before we're out of session, that says that they're kicking out the first product. That's a 1,000 ton run on it, so it's a demo plant. It is slated to be demolished 1 year away. It's a grant deal. There's $50-some million in it. The plant's totally capable of being geared up to run full time. So the demo would actually spin in, assuming they can get there, spins into full time, and then they go into a full scale plant, which would make Wyoming probably be one of the premier destinations. It also affects other deposits around the state because it ships straight into Wyoming. when you start getting into freight shipping to Texas, you're liable to have rare earths that are produced somewhere else to go there, because they're actually not rare, they're all over the place. It's processing's the key. It has very little to do with mining of them. In truth, it's processing. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Love, for your second time, bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I did kind of run this through some legal conversation just to see where we were at with it. And 16.6 in our Constitution does bring about what the tall senator from Bates Creek talked about. But if we gain something from it, then there's an additional exception inside of the Constitution that provides for that. And this is not unfamiliar to something we've done in the past. And so this is a national directive that's being driven in a big conversation about energy dominance and national security. And so national security is one of our benefits. On top of that, we're looking at $3.7 million a year in tax revenue generation. It does have a matching fund. They've already raised $30.9 million in matching funds for it. And so our $16 million input, they've almost doubled it over and above that. So this is a project I think that's well worthwhile, and it could put Wyoming in the forefront of something that's probably going to lead us into this next era of AI, data technology, and warfare and infrastructure. And I think it puts us in a great spot to be that leader. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to vote on third reading amendment number 40. Doesn't look like there's a dollar sign on this. I was hoping somebody'd call for the ayes and nays. Roll call being called. Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 40. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case?
No.
No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 40, 23 aye, 8 no.
Third reading amendment number 40 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 41.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 41, page 123, line 7.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move third reading amendment number 41 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, you should have a handout on your desk with a chart that shows you what 41 and 42 both do. The top chart is section 314, which is what we are dealing with right now, and amendment 41. What we're doing by changing the spending policy is we're taking that 0.5% and we're retaining it in the reserve account. As you remember, those reserve accounts were created to receive better returns on our investments. So when we hold that over, we have a better rate of return. So basically what this first amendment would do would hold $113 million in the reserve account to get a better rate of return on that money. And with that, I'd ask for your aye vote.
Discussion on the amendment? Discussion? Seeing none. This is, does not include a dollar amount, so we'll do a the voice vote. I am getting tired. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 41, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor stand. Those opposed. I'm a aye, so it'd be 14-14. We're missing somebody? Okay, 14-14, the amendment fails. Third reading amendment number 42.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 42, page 123, line 27.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 42 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, this is the second half of your chart in your page. It does the same thing for the Common School Account Permanent Land Fund. It holds it in the reserve account and reinvests $55.8 million to get a better rate of return.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 42, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Chair's in doubt. All those in favor stand. Yeah. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, 13 aye, 16 no. That amendment has failed. Third reading amendment number 43.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 43, delete.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, absent any objection, I withdraw third reading amendment number 43 to Senate File 1.
Hearing no objection, third reading amendment number 43 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 44.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 44, page 125, lines 13 through 26.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 44 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, you have a handout on this, and it is the department budget summary for the Wyoming Business Council. Take a look at that summary. It shows you the division there. They'll still have economic diversification money, investment-ready communities. Their total appropriation going back to GovRec is $54,623,232. None of this changes at all with this amendment. This amendment goes into the Business Ready Communities account, which is not profiled anywhere in our materials. It is an account sitting out in the hitherland somewhere that has $54 million in it. If we pass this amendment, it will take $52 million of that 54, leaving $2 million to finish out projects that are still going on. And then it will take the $52 million and put it into the consensus block grant that is administered through the Office of State Lands and Investments, where our counties come in and they have to agree 70% of them within the county to go in and put their projects forward, and then our top 5 elected officials are the ones that just make those decisions. There is also a handout for you on the county-wide consensus program. It helps with local control and community-driven priorities. It's flexible and collaborative. Our local governments love it, and it worked very well until we had to defund it in 2016 when we made some budget cuts. So this is my attempt at reinvigorating that program and giving it an infusion of money that our local cities and counties can use for their projects that they deem necessary. I think it's a great move for them, and I hope you'll support the amendment.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, it seems it's been 6 or 8 years ago since this, maybe 10 years ago now, since this was part of something the legislature did. And just recall, if I recall correctly, it was actually part of the local distribution bill. We would have a direct distribution, and then we'd have a consensus part of the bill. If somebody who maybe has a better memory than me, is this a similar formula that was used in those days? And is this a similar process from that time, if I'm remembering correctly? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm just curious about, if that does come to pass and that happens, what are the terms? How do you get on top of the list, kind of like the schools? What if somebody comes in and they want the whole 54 million and everybody's left out, just to try to understand the mechanics of how that would work? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been contacted by a few of my county commissioners asking for my support on this amendment, so thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, Senator Steinmetz for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the first question, I'm not sure if it was in the local government distribution bill or the budget. If you recall, when we started bifurcating the budget was when we received the Groover memo, and that because we used to have local governments and several other things in the general budget bill, but when we had the Groover amendment, we took some of those out and put them in separate bills. I came in just right before this program was defunded, and so I can't answer that question for sure. As far as the process, it is a well-repeated process. It's in the Office of State Lands and Investments, and it's in Chapter 32 of their rules, where all of the specifications are lined out for the block grant and where their consideration for the entire state is, so it's a fair and consistent process that they administer. And I hope I've answered all the questions and would just ask for your support.
All right. We're voting on third reading amendment number 44 to Senate File 1. The Assistant Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 44. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstader? No. Driscoll? No. French? No. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Kolb? No. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. Love? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercock? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Salazar? No to aye. Closing vote. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 44, 13 aye, 18 no.
Third reading amendment number 44 has failed. Third reading amendment number 45.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 45, page 130, line 12.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 45 to Senate File 1. Folks, we've been all through this. Talked about it yesterday. This aligns us, so we're very solid constitutional footing on this. I'd ask for your favorable consideration and I stand for questions.
Any discussion on this amendment? Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. President. I need more background.
You don't want to pass it to find out what's in it?
Not this time.
Senator Driscoll, can you explain it a little bit, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Now we got the debate stopped. This is just right. Folks, this goes back to the PRCA and how it runs back through. Tourism Department does it. We had some questions on constitutionality. We've been talking earlier about the Constitution, and what we did is went back, went to staff, went to everybody and said, make sure this aligns clearly constitutionally. So what this does, you've all heard all the debates on the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and the project down there. This puts it back in full alignment. Thank you.
All right. Okay, it's a voice vote. All in favor of third reading amendment number 45, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion is adopted. The amendment is adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, 20. All those opposed? Less than 20. The amendment passes. Third reading amendment number 45 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 46.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 46, delete.
Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. President, without objection, I would withdraw third reading amendment number 46.
Hearing no objection, third reading amendment number 46 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 47.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 47, page 141, after line 19.
Senator Guru.
Mr. President, given no objection, I would ask that Senate File third reading amendment number 47 be withdrawn.
Hearing no objection, third reading amendment number 47 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 48.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 48, page 141, after line 19.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 48 to Senate File number 1 and would ask for your favorable considerations, members of the body. What this effectively does is do two things. It's not an expenditure. We're transferring money from the LSRA into the Treasurer's office to get an asset allocation for gold and silver. But let's talk about what we're really doing here with this amendment. We've had a lot of discussions about strategic assets, the critical mineral discussion that we had earlier. So one of the reasons that we want to do this is it provides some diversification within our portfolio. It's asset allocation. And so let me talk first about how much of the portfolio would be included if we pass this. So I think the good majority floor leader talked about this the other day about, sometimes we get hung up on, numbers like 50 million, but when you look at it, so if we pass this out of here, literally in our portfolio, maintained in our permanent structure, it's 0.2. It's 0.2% of our total portfolio. So we're going to take this out of the LSRA, we're going to reinvest it. But let's talk about the strategic purposes of doing this. So first, let's talk about the acquisition of gold. There's two worldwide recognized reserve currencies. Number one is US government treasuries. And so our dollar is the global reserve currency. The second most recognized global reserve currency in the world is gold. And this is why every sovereign country of any component, even some of the smaller ones, they're acquiring gold. Our adversaries are acquiring gold. Russia's acquiring gold. China's acquiring gold. India's acquiring gold. And the central banks in almost all countries, because it is the second most recognized global reserve currency. So let's talk about, if we acquired this, how could we deploy that in Wyoming to leverage that, not just as the worst case scenario or just a hedge against inflation? How could we use that? And so a discussion that we've been having is when we look at this, we have this thing called Wyoming stablecoin. And a stablecoin is backed by US government treasuries. And there's a couple entities out there saying, look, you can do a percentage of gold and treasuries. What this would effectively allow us to do is be the first sovereign entity to come out and say, look, you can do a treasury, combination treasury gold-backed security. For some people, that makes it very attractive to look at that. We can't do that until we actually have a physical possession of that gold. I'm not saying that that's what it would be used for, but when you think as an asset, it's an asset that provides more flexibility as things move in the future. What this would do is set a floor. It says the treasurer would have to acquire and maintain 3,000 ounces of that asset. So then let's move to the other side. It also provides the money and the directive to basically have 100,000 ounces of silver. So this is so important in context of the discussion that we just had with critical minerals. So I'm just going to run you through a few timelines. In November, the United States government listed silver as one of the most critical elements that we need in the country. Within a month, our biggest adversary in the world then put an export ban on that critical mineral because they're the largest manufacturer of that critical mineral in the world, and that's silver. So the next thing that happens is we come out and our State Department comes out and said, look, we're going to try to create a floor for domestic production to protect that critical asset. Folks, you can't build F-22 Raptors and Tomahawk missiles unless you have this. And this is why the State Department, and they've come out and they listed it. Silver is rarer than gold. So the next thing that falls is right now our administration and our country is working with countries around the world to start building stockpiles of this critical mineral. We're stockpiling. You can't have AI, you can't have data centers, you can't have cell phones, you can't have solar panels, but more than anything else, it is a strategic mineral for the purposes of defense. So think about that as in the context of what could we do with that as a state? How do we leverage that asset, that silver, that critical mineral in our stockpile, not only the federal government's, but a state stockpile? You may be able to leverage that and attract people here by saying, look, rather than giving you a grant or a loan, we'll supply a certain amount of a strategic mineral if you bring your manufacturing facility here. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if we don't do it, there's no opportunity to explore all of these potential opportunities, to leverage those, to bring business and economy and then structure our budget so that we have inflation protection. So there's all these opportunities if we're smart enough to leverage it. But first you have to have that opportunity. We're talking about 0.2% relative to our entire market value within the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. This is a good step forward. It sets a floor, says the treasurer has to maintain this. It provides in some safeguards and say it couldn't be sold without further legislative authorization. But when we look at where we're at in the world with critical minerals, I don't know if you've been following, we've hit all-time
Senator
record
Hicks, you're
highs.
about
Part of
30
this.
seconds over your 5 minutes.
Yeah. So, Mr. President, I do appreciate you and the opportunity, but let's have a discussion on this. It's not just stockpiling for the purpose of stockpiling.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else? Senator Ide, I see your eyes light up when he talks about gold and silver.
Thank you, Mr. President. About the only things I know anything about in here is gold and rodeo, and I won one and lost the other one, but thanks for giving me the microphone, Mr. President. On and against. Just joking.
I was like,
On and for the amendment.
was the doctor of the day still around?
Everybody's getting tired. I just want to read one thing here that I wrote down. This just came out, and I like the discussion of the good senator from Baggs there. It's becoming not just a debasement trade, it's becoming a critical mineral. And all of, foreign nations, Poland, I'd like to point out, number one, 37% of their national reserves are held in gold in Poland. They've been just stockpiling lately. China, Russia, everybody's kind of seeing the crumbling of all of these fiat currencies around the world. It's kind of a race to the bottom, but I won't belabor all of that. You heard me last year talk about all of that. So all I want to point out here is new Congressional Budget Office estimates. I got this like 2 days ago. The U.S. national debt is set to surge about $2.4 trillion per year over the next 10 years. As a result of the U.S. debt, will likely reach about $64 trillion 10 years from now. It's mind-numbing. It's doubled since 2023, essentially, and it's tripled since 2018. All the while, the interest costs on the federal debt, national debt, are expected to be more than $2.2 trillion over the next 10 years. So, not to be an alarmist or doomsayer, but I think we need to take measures to insulate ourselves from, a sovereign debt crisis. It's looking more and more like it is. I wanted to point out that the retirement system here at the state of Wyoming, they had a little more foresight maybe than others in our financial department in the treasurer's office. They bought paper gold. iShares Gold Trust, and it wasn't that long ago, they bought over $100 million worth of paper gold, and as of 2025, I haven't looked at it, in June of 2025, it's around $500 million. So as long as we have currencies keep getting debased, as I said last year, this is the measure, this is the lie detector of this runaway, debt and deficit. So I encourage your aye vote on this bill. It's a small amount, Mr. President. There's individuals that are buying a lot more than we are. We're trying to get a bite at a time here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment. I've been stockpiling silver for 5 years. Then when I bought it, it was $20 an ounce. Today it is at $84 an ounce. Projections say that it's going to go up over $500 an ounce and in the near future. So I would encourage an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. Just some different considerations here. So not disputing the value of gold or silver, and that's gone up. And the question is, why has that gone up? And why is Poland, which was mentioned, buying so much gold? And it's to diversify away from the US dollar. So all of those countries that we're talking about, not one of the 50 states of the United States of America, are investing in that to hedge their assets and to diversify away from the United States of America's US dollar. So are we actually adding to the devaluing of the US dollar by contributing at the time of buying really high? Because, I didn't go to economic school, I went to law school, but I heard to sell high, buy low, and we're buying high against our own US dollar, of which we invest significantly more in than gold and silver. I also have grave concerns over predicting what the federal government might do, knowing that we have such valued assets like silver in a time of needing to make weaponry. I think they would come and say, we're going to go ahead and take that, and we'll pay you the rate that we think you should receive. So recognizing our role as a state in these United States, and it's fun to pretend we're playing on the world stage when it comes to our IFC and our global investments. But it's also, I think, important to recognize how we may be hurting our own country, our own US dollar. And again, the amount of money we're spending here, probably insignificant, but the policy decision behind this of buying at a time that it is exceptionally high, it is exceptionally high in order to diversify away from the US dollar and increasing wartime concerns. Yeah, maybe a good bet. Sure, go ahead and invest yourselves in it, but should the policy of the state of Wyoming be quite so simplistic? It may not be quite that simplistic, and yeah, I urge your careful consideration of coming into this game, recognizing in the last 2 years now, we've invested in what will be $32 million in gold and silver, actual bars, the bullion to be stored somewhere and pay all those costs. It's not liquid, so it's not just on paper, adding some additional concerns to where all of that is stored in these great states. You know, just some long-term considerations here that may not be quite as simple as we want them to be. Again, vote it up or vote it down, but I have a lot of concern about how much we are going down this path just because it's popular.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, on and against this amendment, we should invest, and we have been, with the advice of our investment people, to make money, not to store precious metals. Storing precious metals is a wonderful thing, but it does not make you any money. You can say, well, I went from $5 an ounce to $75 an ounce, which I did with my silver, didn't make a dime. I don't have a dime in that. I don't have any dividends, any interest, anything, unless I sell. The only way I make any money on that is by selling it. So, you know, probably a good time to sell now, as a matter of fact. But that is not what our investment people do, and that's not what they say. You can talk to any investment guy, he'll tell you, you're not gonna make any money investing in gold and silver. You're not gonna get any dividends or any interest, and that's what we're trying to do to support the state of Wyoming with the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund or the LSRA. So, on and against the amendment.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I fully support this bill. Having said that, though, I remember in 2008 when a company that was named after brothers collapsed and started a world economic panic. I take a look at the national debt, which in my opinion is not sustainable. And I think it's okay sometimes to be an alarmist. That national debt is, we are going to someday have to deal with that. And I'm afraid when we deal with it, it'll be too late. But my question on this bill is, I'm assuming that we're hedging possibly for that day when there is a financial crisis. Is there any amount of gold or silver or anything that would really protect any government entity? I would think that we would have far more problems at that point than how much gold or silver we're holding. So I'd love to hear if there's any thoughts from the bringers on that.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I'm a little concerned with the precedent we're setting here. This isn't a simple authorization for the people managing our permanent funds to invest in something. We're coming in and saying you're going to, got an immediate effective date on it that has, I think, about the effect of saying you're going to buy it at current prices. There's a number of different ways that you could invest in gold and silver, buying a mining company. For example, it does yield you some income and yields you some of the protection of having gold. There's a number of different ways to do it. We're dictating how to do it, when to do it, and I'm not sure, Mr. President, that the legislature is really structured to be a good investment manager. I think I've seen this once before, Mr. President, and it was a loan to a particular company. The project was known as Char Fuels. I don't remember the exact name of the company. But I don't think this has that kind of risk, but it clearly has some timing risk. And I wonder if this is a wise way to get us some of the protections we're looking for if Mr. President, authorizing our investment managers to put a percentage in some of these things might be a better way, because there are some good arguments on both sides of is it a good investment or not. But I'm not sure, Mr. President, this body is a good outfit to collectively judge the worth of a particular investment.
Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, thank you. I was a supporter of this and told them I'd support it. You know, listening to the floor arguments on it, I am a believer that we ought to invest a certain percentage. Anybody that's big ought to be doing some percentage. But I agree with what I've heard on the floor, that what we need to do is give latitude to our investment people to do what's best to invest our money. I think it's just critical when you look at what percentage our budget right now comes from investment income, that we stay out of their business on telling them how to invest the money, let them bring us the most money they can, and have them figure out how to hedge and make it safe. And I really believe it. Anybody that's a billionaire out there, they've got a percentage of money probably in precious metals somewhere. I'm happy to do that, but I think it ought to be done by our investment team doing it, not us directing them to do it a certain way. Maybe next year I want them to buy a ranch next to me.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm absolutely shocked. This is a great economic development bill. We're going to pay somebody to store it, somebody to guard it. I mean, we've gone down other economic development plans like this. Why not this? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else? So let's go to.
President, can I bring this home?
Well, I think Senator Hyde wanted to speak. Okay. Senator Hicks for your second time.
So, Mr. President, and I don't think we're going to change any minds here, but having served for a long time and looked at this and stuff, the best portfolios are the ones that are well diversified, and the asset allocation matters, and we typically do that already. We're talking about 0.2% of an asset allocation. If it goes up or down, it's not going to have a big impact on our portfolio. It's a strategic asset. So we're not betting against U.S. government treasuries because the United States government is the largest holder in gold in the world. And last year, so you think about the really smart institutional investments. So let's talk about a couple of the single largest banks in the United States of America. And all those other institutional investors out there. So these are the really smart people. They run multi-billion, trillion-dollar banks. Last year, there was over $900 billion spent on acquiring gold alone. One of the largest banks in the United States of America that has global reach is now the largest single holder of physical silver. And to the issue of my colleague about the United States government coming in here and confiscating our hoard of silver, if and when that time ever happens, It means because we're running out of silver for Tomahawk missiles and AI and to combat our enemies, I pray that we have the opportunity to help defend the United States of America. It is not a hedge against treasuries. Our own government hedges against world. It is a global, second most recognized global reserve currency in the world. Central governments own it. The largest banks in the world own it. It's a diversification of a portfolio against all of those potential things out there. But if we're really smart in Wyoming, Mr. President, we can leverage this stuff. We can leverage this stuff. It doesn't have to sit there and just be a repository. So on and for the amendment.
Okay. We're voting on third reading amendment number 48. Senate File 1, Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 48. Anderson? No. No. Barlow? No. No. Boner? No. No. Brennan? No. No. Case? No. No. Cooper? No. No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? No. French? Aye. Aye. Garou? No. No. Hicks? Aye. Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Aye. Jones? No. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. Love? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 48, 11 aye, 20 no.
Third reading amendment number 48 has failed. We're on third reading amendment number 49.
Senate File 1, third reading, amendment number 49, page 141 after line 19.
Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a third reading amendment number 49 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable approval. Members of the Senate, this is how we set up a tested system to help our cities and towns create a digital permitting system. All permitting would be done online with this program. This would direct $1.5 million to the Office of State Lands and Investments that will help create the digital permitting system. State lands will use an application process for the cities and towns. If there are not enough funds, then they'll use a pro rata system to distribute it accordingly to the towns, cities and towns. It's available to cities and towns that don't have a digital system, but who could actually establish one with the right direction. Digital permitting, again, allows for applications to be filed online. Members of the Senate, this amendment makes a one-time investment in a voluntary, opt-in digital permitting platform for our communities. This is not a mandate. This platform aligns with technology-neutral digitalization already being piloted successfully in places like Pinedale, Alpine, Afton, and Lander, helping communities fast-track their permitting. And it's done without adding staff or creating new state requirements. Now, this is the point. If just 60 municipalities opt in, this investment is projected to return about $5.6 million in recovered staff capacity over 5 years, with no ongoing state subsidy. I'm going to say that again. This is the point. This investment is projected to return about $5.6 million in recovered staff capacity over 5 years. This amendment respects local control, improves efficiency, improves transparency. I ask for your favorable vote.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. We're voting on third reading amendment number 49 to Senate File 1. The Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 49. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? No. No. Boner? Aye. Aye. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? No. No. Cooper? I. Crago. I. Crum. I. Dockstetter. I. Driscoll. I. French. I. Garou. I. Hicks.
No.
No. Hutchings. No. Ide.
No.
No. Jones. I. Kolb. No. Landon. I. Larson. No. Love. I. McEwen.
No.
No. Nethercott. No. Olson.
No.
No. Pappas. I. Pearson. No. Rothfuss. I. Salazar.
No.
No. Schuler. I. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. French. Ida no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 49, 16 aye, 15 no.
Third reading amendment number 49 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 50.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 50, page 141, after line 19.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. For my last time, I move third reading amendment number 50 to Senate File 1. Folks, you hear around here all the time about this is an old friend. Well, this old friend goes back, I'm looking over to a friend of mine in the corner here, one across the room. I think there's only two of them that were around, even close. This goes back 30 years to state parks concessions in Hot Springs Park. And this has led through the years to numerous lawsuits, all kinds of things. Today, one of those concessions is closed and one of them is about to be closed. And we finally got to the point that we've hit an agreement that the two businesses that are there have submitted solid offers to the state of Wyoming to turn the keys over to the state at appraised value. And that's the key, folks. They aren't getting any blue sky. They're not getting anything else. If they can't reach appraised value, they don't get it. But if the value that they've offered reaches appraised value, they will turn those businesses back into the state. The state will have them to go forward. This pulls a big bottleneck out of Hot Springs Park. We've gone back and forth with the agencies, the people downstairs and different people. We finally got where there's actually potentially an honest solution. And what it means is about 12 years ago, I siloed $3 million of state money to try to do this, and it's been that long trying to get it. That $3 million is still there. We're gonna add $500,000. There's no general fund money involved. This is all state parks money. We've worked closely with the agency, with the people downstairs, and at this point, everybody's agreed if they can agree on appraisers, get values, you won't be hearing about Hot Springs Park and the problems that's happening there. Sorry about the kind of proper end of it, but there's no other way really to do it. This is a chance to end something that's really been a tough deal. It'll get businesses back open and going where we really need it, back to doing some tourism. And that part of the state, they're hurting in that town. And this gives them a chance to resolve it. No guarantee it happens, but it at least gets it where we can settle it and be over with. I'd stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration. Once again, no general fund money. This is all internal money out of state parks.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, Hot Springs State Park is one of our hidden gems within the state. It's an absolutely gorgeous park. That park and that community's been held hostage for however long this lawsuit's been going on. This is a chance for basically another $500,000 investment, taking the $3 million that's already been appropriated years ago, add another $500,000 to it, get this thing put to bed. Let's get our Hot Springs State Park back to where we know it is. It's well known around the world. People are thinking that the park is closed. The park is not closed, just the one plunge is. We need to put this to bed, and here's a great opportunity to do it. I'd ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator Cooper. Senator Case.
Mr. President, how's this not special legislation?
Anybody else before the sponsor? I haven't seen him move so fast in years. Senator Driscoll, back to you for your second time.
Mr. Chairman, I like stopping the debate. I'm ready to go home. The reason it's not is this is actually a buyer-seller position. And there's pending lawsuit. We work downstairs. If it's not, I don't know how, because once again, Parks and the folks downstairs helped us put this together. And like I say, I think it's a position that we've done this for. We've gone in, someone's offered a piece of ground to the state of Wyoming, and we've authorized money to do it. And that's really what this does. It says if you got an appraisal, the state's buying back a business. That's my answer. And I'm not sure it's perfect. It's as good as I can do it, sir.
Well, that was the second time, so we're voting on third reading amendment number 50 to Senate File 1. Assistant Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 50. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 50, 23 aye, 8 no.
Third reading amendment number 50 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 51.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 51, page 141 after line 19.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Absent objection, I would request that third reading amendment number 51 to Senate File 1 be withdrawn.
Hearing no objection, third reading amendment number 51, the Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Thank you, Senator Schuler. Senate will stand at ease to the sound of the gavel. It's going to take about 10 minutes, so don't go too far, please. All right, Senate will come back to order. Senator Pearson, you have a privilege of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, well, Pastor Jonathan Lang isn't up there right now, but please help me in welcoming Savannah Hess. She used to ride my bus in Kimmer. And Micah Lang, Pastor Lang's son, visiting from Kimmer and Evanston. They are here on a Christian civics field trip led by my good friend and sounding board, Pastor Jonathan Lang. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
There he is.
Welcome to the Senate. Okay. Third reading amendment number 52.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 52, page 6, line 3.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good senators, this is nothing more than 12 technical corrections that LSO would like fixed. Ask your approval. Thank you.
I think we have these backwards. I think 52 is the budget balancer and 53 is the technical. Are they backwards? Elizabeth says backwards, so we're good. The motion still stands. Discussion on the motion. Discussion on the amendment. Okay. We're voting on third reading amendment number 52 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk, actually, we don't need a roll call. This is technical, so voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. Third reading amendment number 52 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 53.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 53, page 103 after line 21.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move our Senate File third reading amendment number 53 and ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. President, this is the budget balancer, the last item of the day. And on page 103 after line 21, it says state auditor shall transfer $350 million from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account to the general fund. And then on from there. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge your aye vote on this amendment. We are as getting to the middle end of round 2 of this 3-rounder. And now we go forth and work with the other side, the other house, and come up with a budget. What that number represents is a number that came from our staff to cover what we have done with our side of the budget. I know the chairman of appropriations has a whole plethora of numbers that he has worked out, and we're going to try to get them all worked out for Monday. But right now we're sitting plus minus 50 million, a little more, a little less over where the budget the governor gave us. So now we move forward from there and see what we can do with our friends down on the other side. So that's the motion, and I urge your aye vote.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just wanted to look at our goldenrod, and it looks like we have 1.13 billion in there, so am I correct in thinking that if this budget holds, we'd be at 781 million approximately on the goldenrod in the LSRA?
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's correct.
Okay. Further questions, discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're voting on third reading amendment number 53, to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 53. Anderson. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. I. Cooper. I. Crago. I. Crum. I. Dockstetter. I. Driscoll. I. French. I. Guru. I. Hicks. I. Hutchings. I. No. Jones. I. Cole. I. Landon. I. Larson. I. Love. I. McEwen. I. Nethercott. I. Olson. I. Pappas. I. Pearson. I. Rothfuss. I. Salazar. I. Schuler. I. Scott. I. Steinmetz. I. Anderson.
Excused.
Excused. President Biteman.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. No to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 53, 30 aye, 1 excused.
Third reading amendment number 53 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Question being called. Senate File 1, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass the Senate? Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Third reading roll call, Senate File 1. Anderson, excused. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Aye. No. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Biteman?
No.
No. Larson? Aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 1, 20 aye, 10 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Do we have any messages from the House or standing committee reports? Go ahead.
Mr. President, dated February 20th, 2026, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 34, engrossed firefighters' retirement plans, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass, voting aye, Senators Driscoll and Salazar, voting no, Senator French, excuse Senators Guru and Larson, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman. Mr. President, dated February 20th, 2026, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 35, engrossed firefighters' paid leave and hazard pay, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass, voting aye, Senators Driscoll, Guru, and Salazar, voting no, Senator French, excuse Senator Larson, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I approve use of the floor, please?
Floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have some folks over here in the gallery to my right that are from my end of the state, all the way from Evanston, Wyoming. We have the Hoagman family. There's Jenny, Isaac, Maggie, Ainsley, Henry, and Travis. And then we also have Craig and Vicki, Travis's folks, that came all the way from Washington. I think they're here for a swim meet, but they came to say hi to us. So a warm Senate welcome for the Hoagman family.
All right. Welcome. Welcome to the Senate. Okay. Senator Driscoll, did you need, anybody need it? Okay, Madam Majority Floor Leader, with that order of business and consideration of bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion carries. Senator Landon. Yeah. Spur that horse, Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
Giddy up.
President. Appreciate it. Thank you. The Committee of the Whole will please come to order. Fellow senators, these are Senate files, and they are probably deserving of a stamp tonight, but I will be here as long as you need me. So the first bill for our consideration is Senate File 102. The reading clerk will please read the Senate file.
Senate File 102, Wyoming Energy Transmission Study, an act relating to public utilities, sponsored by Senator Boner. This act was referred to Committee Number 7, which returned a due pass as recommendation, voting aye, Senators Boner, Case, Dockstader, Landon, and Steinmetz, signed Senator Case. Chairman.
Senator Dockstader, would you be willing to move Senate File 102? Senator Dockstader, Senate File 102?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate File 102 and ask a Wyoming transmission study and ask that Senator Boner explain that bill.
Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is a product of a lot of collaboration between our utilities and the Wyoming Energy Authority. Basically what this bill does is an opportunity for this legislature to provide input as to how the Energy Authority accomplishes a study that's going to look at different low growth scenarios and then assess our ability to handle those low growth scenarios. We've heard lots of discussion about data centers, about the increased demand for electricity, the fact that maybe we haven't been keeping up with our generation capacity. But this is going to look at another important element of that equation, which is transmission capacity as well. What the bill does is it basically gives some direction to the Energy Authority, telling them to analyze at least 3 different load growth scenarios of various levels of growth. And then it's going to go into phase 2 of the study that kind of looks into our ability to join a regional transmission organization, independent system operators, or real-time or extended day markets. These are basically agreements that are common everywhere east of here. Throughout the United States, where you have multilateral agreements among utilities that dictate how they buy and sell electricity, and basically have a much more cohesive way of doing that. We're just going to look into that. There's plenty of policy discussions throughout the American West of adopting these agreements. We haven't done it yet, but there are states in the Western grid that have mandated that they're going to join these sorts of organizations. I'm not suggesting that that's what we do, but we're going to at least gather information so we're prepared to have that discussion if it comes our way. So, Mr. Chairman, there was a substantial standing committee amendment. Maybe we could talk about that.
We ask that that be read in at this point. Thank you.
Senate File 102, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 1.
Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move standing Committee Amendment Number 1, Senate File 102, and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Senators, you have a handout on your desk that basically reads in this amendment. And so what happened is we did talk, especially to our cooperative utilities, before we filed the bill. Turns out they, large amount of members in that organization. Turns out they had a little bit more input than I had anticipated when I filed the bill. And so this is the result of a collaboration between them, a few other folks, industrial users, as well as the Energy Authority. And you'll see what it does. It doesn't change a whole lot of the intent, though it does, I think, make the intent more clear. It basically makes it clear that we're not assuming that we're going to join an RTO, an ISO, or any of these real-time or extended day markets. It also requires, importantly, participation from a laundry list of organizations, including rural electrical co-ops, investor-owned utilities, municipal utilities, Public Service Commission, and Office of the Consumer Advocate. Now, this is probably going to happen anyways, but it's here in the bill now. So that's the standing committee amendment. It reflects a further refinement of the bill based off of stakeholder input. So I'll stand for questions on the standing committee.
Discussion on the standing committee amendment. Any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Bono's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 102, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. That amendment is passed. We're back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Any discussion on Senate File 102? All those in favor of Senator Dockstatter's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report to do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 102, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Senate File 102 has passed committee of the whole. The next Senate file for consideration is Senate File 104. Would the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 104, Higher Education Research Funding, an act relating to higher education, sponsored by Senator Scott, referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a due pass recommendation, voting aye, Senators Boner, Hicks, Jones, Landon, and Schuler, signed Senator Landon, Chairman.
I just need it moved. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Nethercott? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the due pass recommendation of Senate File 104. To explain the bill, I call on Senator Scott.
Thank you very much. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, this is a bill to solve a problem at the University of Wyoming that is in no way their fault. The trigger on this bill, which deals with their research program, was that this summer I saw an article in my favorite national news source that said the future of research funding is local. And the point that the article was making was that the federal government, which has been a major source of research funding, is having to cut back on the amount of money that it has to make research grants. And I knew this to be true because I'd seen that at a number of occasions, and I expect it will continue to be true for some time because of the size of the deficit that the feds are running. And the point of the article was that universities are going to have to find local sources of research funding. Their recommendation was a state income tax credit, which of course, Mr. Chairman, is impossible in Wyoming, but we know how to do this sort of thing, and we've done it at the university on a number of other subjects. We've put money out as matching funds and raise money that way. That works quite well, and it does have the advantage, Mr. Chairman, of we can appropriate the money when we have one-time monies that aren't going to recur, and then we aren't obligated to appropriate it again until that happens again. So if we have some down revenue years, we can just not have an appropriation in this area. The bill sets up an account the money goes into, provides that it stays available, is designed to give the university as much flexibility as possible in how to go about the fundraising and the kind of arrangements they can make. Mr. Chairman, I did consult with a fellow senator, actually at an education committee meeting, and we came up with a couple of other provisions, one of which is that the research assistants, the graduate students who actually do the grunt work here, they aren't exactly paid slave labor wages, but it's pretty low, and they are a key to getting quality research done. So this allows for some of them to, the university sector, some of them to get an additional $1,500 a month, which at the stage of life these people are in, that money really talks and should improve the quality of our research no end. Second, it gives the university some flexibility and pushes them to give a little better percentage of any earnings from discoveries to the researchers. That should make us competitively attractive to recruiting quality researchers. And I would say that as we try to improve the research function, we're not going to impinge on the undergraduate function. I will say to you, Mr. Chairman, from personal experience, that learning from professors who are actively doing research, who are questioning things, who are learning how to do it, or are actually doing it and telling you how it works, really improves the quality of undergraduate education. So this is consistent with that which is the primary mission of the university. Mr. President, it is to be the matching grants, matching part, which will be 50-50 matched with private fundraising. Depends on one-time money, and we just had monstrous infusion of our classic source of one-time money, which is capital gains from our investment earnings. So we do have one-time money available. The appropriation here is $50 million of that one-time money to be used for matching grants. And I would say to the Appropriations Committee members, if they feel that this has gone too far in spending that, I'm very open to reasoned argument on that score. If we get this, as this bill moves forward, there is 1.2 million that would be an ongoing expense, which is to try to improve the compensation of these graduate assistants. That would allow 33 of them a year, and that's, I think, well worthwhile in terms of improving the quality of the research. So basically what this is trying to do is give a local solution in an area where Wyoming has demonstrated a competitive advantage being able to raise matching funds to solve the problem that they're getting into with their research money is going to be short for quite some time. It's one further step that this legislature needs to take in building the University of Wyoming into a truly great university. And Mr. Chairman, be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Scott. That's Senate File 104. Is there discussion on Senate File 104? Any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report or do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 104, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Senate File 104 has passed committee of the whole. Next Senate file for my apologies, Senator Driscoll.
Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to see me back here.
I
Privilege of the floor.
You may.
I would like to bring a special guest up for a very short piece. Everybody have a little bit of patience. I'm going to bring a guest on the floor with the president's. Am I allowed, Mr. President?
Yes. Great. Strike up the choir.
Happy birthday What are you doing? Wow. Thank you. Wow.
Chairman, 70. We were gonna light the candles, but there were not get enough fire trucks outside.
Well, thank you, everyone, very much. That, Senator Driscoll, you and I got something to work out now. Thank you, dear. That was really special. Well, the good news for me is I heard that 70 is the new 69. So we're off and running on a brand new year here pretty quick. I can't think of a better place to spend a birthday weekend than with all of you. You guys are the best. And you are moving at about a 10 or 15 minute clip on these bills, however. And so we're going to have to work that out, unless you want to be here till 10 o'clock. So thank you again, everybody. That was really, really neat. Yeah, would you? Yeah, thank you. Then I won't get my elbow in it. That'd be good. Okay, now we're going to consider Senate File 110. If the reading clerk would please read the bill. Yes, Senate File 104 did pass Committee of the Whole, and our next bill for consideration is Senate File 110.
Senate File 110, Residential Property Tax Revisions, an act relating to taxation and revenue, sponsored by Senator Hicks, referred to Committee Number 3, which returned a do pass as amended recommendation, voting aye, Senator Stockstatter, aye, and McEwen, voting no, Senators Case and Pappas.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator McEwen?
I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 110 do pass.
I bet you want Senator Hicks to walk us through that bill.
And I will now turn it over to Senator Hicks.
I knew it. Thank you, Senator McEwen. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, there is a standing committee amendment on this. Could I have this read in at this time?
You may.
Senate File 110, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 3, line 6.
Okay, Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go through a whole explanation of this because we did this on the introduction. Basically, this implements the 25% tax reduction for residential property that we did last year. It just does it in a different way as to where that money comes. Part of that's going to implement the constitutional amendment on that. And the other part, we take that out of the state's portion. The net effect of it is it's still going to be about a 25% property tax reduction. We're going to take it out of our funds. Mr. Chairman, I do have some materials out there. I want you to take these. I want you to look at them over the weekend, and you can look at those on a county-wide basis and make your own assessment. I hope we can move this forward, Mr. Chairman. With that, if I can get to the standing committee amendment, that just brings in the exact conforming language from Senate File, I believe, 69, the property tax relief language. And so it just makes that conforming in there. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a aye vote on the standing committee amendment number 1.
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? All those in favor of Senator Hicks's motion to pass standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 110, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The standing committee amendment has passed. We're back on the bill, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, there is a committee of the whole amendment at this point in time. Absent any objection, I'm going to withdraw that. We'll have a chance to look at that tomorrow or Monday and do a little more deep dive into that. So if this bill moves forward, I will bring that back as a second reading amendment to expedite the proceedings tonight. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions on Senate File 110. Ask for your favorable consideration.
Absent objection, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 110 is withdrawn, and we are back on the bill. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this then budget neutral because it's just a shift in the way the taxes are collected as opposed to changing the amount of revenue?
Are there any other questions before we go to the sponsor? Senator Higgs.
Mr. Chairman, that's a long discussion because whose budget are you talking about? The special districts, the counties, the state? Because it has implications across all those. And so without spending a lot of time saying, is it budget neutral? No, it's not budget neutral for the counties. It's not budget neutral for the special districts. It's not budget neutral for the municipalities, and it's not budget neutral from the state. So again, I would ask you to look at those handouts that you have. We can have a much better discussion on how that works for all of those folks' budget than go into a long, protracted discussion tonight. If we can move this forward, I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Any other questions? Any other discussion on Senate File 110? All those in favor of Senator McKeon's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 110, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 110 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration, Senate File 106. Would the reading clerk please read in the Senate file?
Senate File 106, Welfare Fraud Prevention Act Amendments, an act relating to welfare, sponsored by Senator Beitman. This was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a due pass recommendation. Voting ayes, Senators Driscoll, French, Garou, Larson, and Salazar. Signed, Senator Salazar, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Salazar?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 106 do pass. And I will call on the President of the Senate.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Senate File 106, Wyoming Welfare Act amendments. As we talked about during the introduction, this bill strengthens eligibility verification, clarifies citizenship and legal status requirements, increases transparency. Basically, it really just goes into our existing welfare Fraud Prevention Act and makes a few tweaks. There is a Committee of the Whole amendment that I would ask to be read in at this time.
Would the reading clerk please read in the Committee of the Whole amendment?
Senate File 106, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 2.
Senator Beitman, would you like to move that amendment?
Sure would. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File, I'm on the wrong page, 106, and ask for your aye vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill came late to me, so obviously it came late to LSO and came late to the two departments that are affected by this bill. I sent an email to the department heads asking for them to take a look at my bill, offer back any feedback. I got the feedback after the bill. I had the number of the bill, and that's why it's just got my name on it, because I didn't have time to get co-sponsors out. But, and you all can sign the bill jacket if you want to co-sponsor this, if it does go on. Anyway, I got the feedback from the two departments. The Committee of the Whole amendment is all that feedback into an amendment. Most of it is technical corrections. There's not very many substantive changes at all. If there's deletions, it's things that they already do. The biggest change you'll see where we have department, we have to clarify whether it was the Department of Health or the Department of Family Services, and you'll see that all throughout the amendment. And I'll stand for any questions on the Committee of the Whole amendment.
Okay, we're on the Committee of the Whole amendment, Senate File 106. Any discussion on the Committee of the Whole amendment? All in favor of Senator Beitman's motion to approve Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to 106, please say aye. Any opposed, no. We're back on the bill. Is there any discussion on the bill? Any discussion on Senate File 106? And the Committee of the Whole Amendment was adopted. My apologies. Senate File 106. All those in favor of Senator Salazar's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the due pass recommendation on Senate File 106, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 106 is passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration, Senate File 72. Would the reading clerk please read in the Senate file?
Senate File 72, Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, an act relating to education, sponsored by Senator Schuler, referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a due pass recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Brennan, Olson, Rothfuss, Schuler, and Scott. Signed, Senator Schuler, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 72 do pass. And with that, I would go ahead and explain the bill myself. I bring you Senate File 72, Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. Again, this is a constituent bill that was brought to me by an administrator who works in a school that deals with some of the most challenging students over in our area. And trying to find teachers who are certified for behavioral issues and specialized therapy has been very difficult. So he reached out to me to bring this bill to help streamline the process of allowing teachers licensed in one compact state to teach in another. Right now, there's 13 states in the Teacher Mobility Compact. 3 of those states are contiguous around us. There's one to the west, one to the south, and one to the east. This bill facilitates teachers through a new pathway for licensure. It expedites and enhances the ability of teachers to move across state lines. It also supports the relocation of eligible military personnel. It enhances the power of state and district education officials to hire qualified, competent teachers by removing barriers to the employment of out-of-state teachers. The biggest thing, I think, is this bill maintains state sovereignty in the regulation of the teaching profession. So we are the receiving state. We still get to make all the final decisions through PTSB. And on page 8, it talks about the member states just have to compile a list of eligible licenses and the CTE requirements that the receiving state is willing to consider for equivalency. And then the receiving state gets to make the final decision. They will still do background checks, and if there's any kind of adverse action by a teacher in another state, they will not grant a license to that person. For the military spouses who hold a license that's not encumbered, the receiving state will grant an equivalent license, and then the only thing you have to do is when they renew, the state that granted the license may require the teacher to complete state-specific requirements as a condition. So it's a good bill. Again, the Wyoming State Department of Education are going to pay any administrative costs, and with the shortages that we're seeing in Wyoming and our inability sometimes to find specialty teachers, this bill will help with the portability of licenses. And I ask for your aye vote.
Senator Schuler, 4-4 speed in the 40 right there. Any discussion on Senate File 72? Discussion? All those in favor of Senator Schuler's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 72, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 72 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 92. The reading clerk would please read that Senate file.
Senate File 92, Wyoming False Claims Act, an act relating to civil procedure, sponsored by Senator Nethercott, referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Craigo, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Olson?
I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 92 do pass. There's a standing committee amendment. Have that read in.
Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
Senate File 92, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 14 after line 14.
And I will move, Mr. Chairman, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 92. Do ask for your favorable consideration. All this amendment does is allow county prosecutors and or district attorneys to be reimbursed for any acts that they prosecute under this new law. Take any questions?
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Let's clear the deck of the standing committee amendment. Any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion on the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 92, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed to that amendment? That amendment has passed. We're back on the bill. Senator Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll turn over the explanation of the bill to the good majority floor leader.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senators, as you recall from introduction, this is a bill to prevent fraud. It allows for a civil remedy to be taken on behalf of the government or a private citizen to pursue fraud that has been perpetrated against the government. This is a common, many states across the country have this type of law on the books, including our federal government, and it's prosecuted, it's utilized oftentimes against a civil remedy. There is a committee of the whole amendment can I have that read in?
Would the reading clerk please read in the committee of the whole amendment?
Senate File 92, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 9, line 22.
Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 92. Good senators. As mentioned, this bill is intended to combat fraud against the government. One of those ways that it can do that is if you provide false documents to the government in order to receive financial gain, you may have to pay that back. One piece that is exempted, which is the purpose of this amendment, is nothing connected to taxes or fees or assessments is really the purpose of this bill. It is actual cash payments made on behalf of the government that are what these bills are about, what these laws are about. And so this particular amendment exempts out from these types of causes of action, taxes and other type of use fees. There's other remedies available in our statutes to address that type of fraud for those particular types of activities, but a False Claims Act has to do with receiving funds, not denying funds to the government. So with that, I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
We're on the committee of the whole amendment number 1. Are there any questions, any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion to, excuse me, I'm sorry, Senator Hutchings.
Timid on this question, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment, just wanted to understand Romanet 7 on line 5, 6, and 7. Thank you.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're referring to the payment of 911 emergency taxes imposed under Title 16 of the Wyoming statutes. It's just another, it's the laundry list of the types of taxes that are paid. The telephone people care about this, and so I added it in. Again, this is not the type of payment or fee that the False Claims Act would be intending to encompass, and so there's kind of a weird laundry list that they want to make sure that nobody gets accused of not paying their 911 taxes, and then there's the False Claims Act against them. That's it.
Okay, any other discussion on the committee of the whole amendment number 1? All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion to adopt committee of the whole amendment number 1 to Senate File 92, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Committee of the whole amendment has passed. We're back on the bill. Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies, senators. There is another committee of the whole amendment. May I have that read in?
Would the reading clerk please read in committee of the whole amendment number 2?
Senate File 92, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2, page 1, line 7.
Mr. Chairman, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2 to Senate File 92 and ask for your favorable consideration. Because, senators, this was a failure on my part on the original drafting of this bill between different versions I was working on. This amendment adds in the private right of action, which is fundamentally critical to the purpose of the False Claims Act, which is to encourage the reporting and discovery of different types of fraud against the government. This allows for that private right of action to a deference to the government, Attorney General prosecuting his attorneys, and also allows for their recovery of some of those proceeds. Again, this particular provision is how the Federal Act works, and so already familiar in law and courts for how this functions. So I stand for questions on Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2. If not, I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
I'm going to slow down just a little bit on committee of the whole amendment number 2 to Senate File 92. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion to adopt Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 to Senate File 92, please say aye. Any opposed? No. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 has passed. We are back on the bill. Is there discussion on Senate File 92? Any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 92, please say aye. Any opposed? No. Senate File 92 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate Joint Resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 5. Would the reading clerk please read in the resolution? Senator Nethercott?
Just a quick privilege, and my apologies. Good senators, there is food that's been purchased for tonight. Rather than taking any other breaks, you're welcome to slowly go to the back and grab a bite to eat and come back out. Be mindful of a quorum on the floor, but there is food in the break room as we move through the night. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Might want to grab some of that dessert too. I think there's cake back there. Would the reading clerk please read the resolution? Thank you.
Senate Joint Resolution 5, Convention of States, a joint resolution requesting Congress to call a convention for proposing amendments to the United States Constitution as specified, sponsored by Senator Driscoll, referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a due pass recommendation, voting ayes. Senators Crago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman.
You've heard a reading of the resolution. Senator Olson.
I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that do so with the recommendation that Senate Joint Resolution 5 do pass, and I'll turn over the explanation of the resolution to the senator from where the tower is.
Thank you, Senator Olson. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I bring you Senate Joint Resolution 5, Convention of States, and the idea of expediency. This has been up many times. I'm going to run through the points very quickly on it and ask for pretty limited debate. I think we all kind of know where we've been at on this, and I don't want to hold everybody up between them and going home. So the base end of it, this one is limited to 3 topics, which is imposing fiscal restraint, federal government, reducing power and jurisdiction of federal government, and limiting terms of office for officials in Congress. It's an Article 5 convention. I think we've talked about it a lot. I'm not going to do a whole lot. I'd stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the joint resolution, fellow senators, our U.S. Constitution has a marvelous document, probably the best ever political document ever written. It works. This joint resolution is, I think, very risky, likely to cause amendments we don't anticipate. The rules will be set by the Congress, dominated by the bigger states. I think we have a lot at risk if we pass this. So on and against the joint resolution.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Further discussion on the resolution. Question has been called. All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate Joint Resolution 5, please say aye. Any opposed, no? The chair is in doubt. All those in favor of the resolution, please stand. Yes is 12. All those against, please stand. Senate, 9 votes against. Senate Joint Resolution 5 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 117. If the reading clerk would please read in the Senate file. Fellow senators, sorry to interrupt our reading clerk, but let's make sure we have enough numbers on the floor. Thank you.
Senate File 117, zoning protest petition amendments, an act relating to cities and towns sponsored by Senator Pappas, referred to Committee Number 7, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation. Voting ayes, Senators Boner, Case, Dockstader, Landon, and Steinmetz. Signed, Senator Case, Chairman.
Thank you to the reading clerk. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Dockstader?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 117, zoning protest petition amendments. And here to explain both the bill and the amendments, Senator Pappas.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a standing committee amendment. May I have it read in?
Would the reading clerk please read in the standing committee amendment?
Senate File 117, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 7.
When the Committee of the Whole rises to report, I ask that it do so with favorable recommendation on Senate File 117, zoning protest petition amendments, and ask for favorable consideration. Dear Senators, this was a bill that you saw last year, Senate File 40. It passed this body with no votes, and it passed the body down the hall with only 10 no votes. It died in conference committee because of a bad amendment that was attached, and we did not concur. So every one of you voted for this last year.
Senator Pappas, would you like to move the standing committee amendment? Be sure to do that when you get to it, okay?
I will. Thank you. So just to reiterate, I'm not going to go over all the data that I brought to you earlier, but this is brought to me by an alliance that you know that supports our businesses here in Wyoming, and by an association that represents our municipalities, and is focused on workforce development. Housing is limiting our workforce right now. Wyoming faces significant workforce shortages, and behind these shortages is a seriously overregulated housing market. So decreasing regulations is a primary goal for this bill. One of the most restrictive anti-free market regulations in Wyoming is the protest petition, and that's what this deals with. The state law means this state law means that if rezoning is proposed to create a new property development, a small number of neighbors can block the project. Currently, only 20% neighbors within 140 feet of the site are required to file a protest, in which case it can only be overruled by 3/4 of a supermajority vote from the town council. What this does is just change those numbers, okay? This bill modifies that to 33% of the neighbors within 300 feet and lowers the 3/4 to 2/3 of the town council in order to overrule. So that's pretty much the bill. Can I have I move the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 117, and I'll explain it. All we did here, line 6, you'll see that the definition of owners was just expanded slightly, of record as shown by the county assessor. And there was an addition on line 11, paragraph C, that says the municipal clerk's certification of sufficiency shall be final and shall not be subject to further administrative review, a request by our association that represents municipalities. And this doesn't take any legal standing away. They can still take everything to court. This just says that when the town council voted that many, the clerk can certify the sufficiency, and that certification is final.
Any questions or?
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator
I'm not
Pappas,
finished.
please continue.
What it also did, there's a provision in the bill that allows for particularized harm. This amendment also took that out, something that the Alliance really wants. In other words, if you have to demonstrate harm, if you're gonna protest, not because you just don't like it, you've got to show some harm, whether it's property values. I mean, there could be lots of things that you could claim as harm, which is fine. But that took it out. I'm going to deal with that in the next standing committee amendment. So I ask for your approval on this standing committee amendment.
Okay, discussion. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sold on this bill this year after more review of it. And I hate to do this to you guys tonight, but I would like to divide the amendment. So I would like 1 through 8 being Division 1 and 9 through 13 being Division 2. Mr. Chairman, I like lines 1 through 8. That's fine, but on Division 2,
That
so
is
we could take
divisible,
that
by
one
the way.
first. Yeah, if it's divisible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So Senator Steinmetz, I'm looking at the Committee of the Whole Amendment, which also deals with this similar language. Just be aware of that, but this is certainly divisible. How about Senator Rothfuss?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A portion of line 1 needs to carry with the division number 2, which is divisible as written because it's clear delineation, the insert, and by creating a new subsection C. So just to clarify that lines number 1 and 2 actually need to be split for the division.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would accept that correction. Line 2 would have to go with Division 2, and by creating a new subsection C.
I believe that is divisible thusly. Do you want to address the first division, Senator Steinmetz?
I would say vote aye on the first division, and then I'd like to speak to the second.
Okay, we're on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 117, Division 1. Any discussion? All in favor of Division 1 of Standing Committee Amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. That division has passed. We are now on the second division of Standing Committee Amendment number 1. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in committee, we had a tie vote on this. We were missing one of our members. And 2 of us really don't like the fact that the certificate of sufficiency shall be final and not subject to further administrative review. That seems a little heavy-handed, especially when we're looking at the possible language coming back in on the next amendment. So I would urge you to resist that amendment.
Okay.
Division 2.
Division 2 of the Standing Committee Amendment. Discussion, Senator Pappas.
I vote this one up or down. This is the association that represents our municipalities is asking for this. This is only a certification of the vote of the town council. That's all it is. Doesn't change any legal requirement. You can go to court with this or not go to court with this. All it does is certify the vote of the town council.
Any other discussion on Division 2 of the Standing Committee Amendment? All those in favor of Senator Steinmetz's motion on Division 2, Standing Committee Amendment number 1, Senate File 117, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no?
No.
Okay, that Division 2 has failed. We are now back on the bill. Senator Pappas, would you like to move the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1? Let's have that read in right now.
Yes, could I have it read in, please?
Senate File 117, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, page 1, line 14.
Okay, Senator Pappas.
Thank you. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 No, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 17, ask for favorable consideration. If you look at the bill, there is a line, the last line on page 1, it says it was removed by the committee, Standing Committee amendment, but what it does, it says that you must demonstrate a complete and particularized harm. That was taken out by the Standing Committee amendment. Again, the alliance that represents our businesses here would like to see that language so that people can't just protest because they don't like the project. They have to show harm. There was a case here in Laramie County a couple of years ago, and we lost a big, large housing complex just because of this. So anyhow, I ask for your aye vote. All this does is bring that language back.
We are on Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 117. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would urge you to vote no on this amendment. The committee voted that this was pretty onerous on property owners, and so I would ask you to support property rights, support landowners, and vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1. Further discussion. All those in favor of Senator Pappas's motion to adopt Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 117, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
That amendment has failed as well. We are back on the bill. Is there further discussion on Senate File 117? Further discussion. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Struggled to understand the purpose of the bill then, if there's not harm to participate in a zoning protest petition amendment as a result of that amendment failing. So now anybody can bring it without harm. And so Senator Pappas, can you, sorry, Mr. Chairman, through you, can we talk about what the impact of the bill is without that amendment in it?
Senator Pappas.
Okay, thank you. That was a key provision, but it still has merit. It still changes the requirement on the vote for the city council from a higher value of 3/4 down to 2/3. It changes the number of property owners or the number of people that protest to 33% rather than only 20%. And it goes out and catches more people from 140 feet to 300 feet. So it does have value.
Question having been called. All those in favor of Senator Dockstatter's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, and do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 117, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no? No. Committee 117 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next division has been called. All those in favor of the bill, please stand. Aye. Senate File 117 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 21. Would the reading clerk please read in the Senate file?
Senate File 21, Wyoming Stable Token Amendments, an act relating to trade and commerce, sponsored by Blockchain, referred to Committee Number 9, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation, voting aye. Senators Anderson, Cooper, Jones, Rothfuss, excused. Senator Nethercott, signed Senator Anderson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Rothfuss?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 21, and I will walk through the bill. Mr. President, this legislation is a series of requested amendments by the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. Obviously, we passed the Wyoming Stable Token Act a couple of years ago. as they've carried it out and they have now released the stable token, there were some tweaks that they asked for, so there are no substantive policy changes, but there are some minor amendments. I'll walk through those amendments. There are 3 primary ones. The first of those on page 2 is to provide some language that allows for a certain type of money market to be used for the investments, which is functionally equivalent to the current investment strategy. The second, also on page 2, which will be moved but largely unchanged by the standing committee amendment that I'll get to, allows for the commission to accept gifts and grants. On page 3, there is the beginning of a restructuring of the language related to how income that comes into the stable token commission is distributed to provide clarity that it can be utilized for administrative costs. And that's the bill. I'm going to go to the standing committee amendment, which adds a couple of additional things. So with that, I'd ask that the standing committee amendment be read in.
Would the reading clerk please read in the standing committee amendment?
Senate File 21, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 7.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rothfuss.
I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 21 and ask the body's favorable consideration. Mr. Chairman, on the middle of page 1, you see some additional language that allows the commission to enter into agreements with other states. There are states that are interested in working with the Stable Token Commission that provides that flexibility, provides clarity for it. It probably already exists. And then new language on the bottom of page 1 onto page 2 provides better clarity. It's actually the same policy change for how, as funds come into the Stable Token Commission, they're utilized. It creates a D paragraph, what's called the liquidity account. That's already in statute, but it's not particularly clear how it's structured, so we call it out and create a new paragraph for better language. And then the E paragraph is where we shift these gifts to, so that that's not in the previous paragraph, it's called out explicitly. And then the bottom of it is making this effective immediately so that that particular language related to the money market provisions can be utilized. That's a quick walkthrough, Mr. Chairman. As I said, these are not significant substantive changes. They're requests by the Wyoming Stable Token Commission and amendments to the Act. I'm happy to answer any detailed questions that the body may have. Otherwise, I'd call for question on the amendment.
We are on the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 21. There won't be a test, but you will need to know this. Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, question on the standing committee amendment on the new paragraph D, equal to 2% of the notional value. My question is the 2% adequate? Should we modify that? And Mr. Chairman, if the answer is lengthy, I'd be perfectly happy to receive it on Monday.
Okay, thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Rothfuss, you want to take a stab at that?
Mr. Chairman, I'll say the short answer is that it's just fine. This is actually consistent with how the law is right now, but rather than having a separate 2% liquidity account, we have one large account. But there was confusion because we have that as the trust account, so we're separating the 2% out. There's been no concern. It is so far deemed sufficient, and they can over collateralize if they desire to, so they can go above that. They just can't go below 2%. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Any other discussion? All those in favor of Senator Rothfuss's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 21, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment has passed. We are back on the bill. Is there further discussion on Senate File 21? All those in favor of Senator Rothfuss's motion that when a committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 21, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 21 has passed committee of the whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 99. If the reading clerk would please read in the Senate file.
Senate File 99, Prescriptive Easements for Electricity Delivery, an act relating to property, conveyances, and security transactions, sponsored by Senator Cooper, referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a due pass recommendation. Voting ayes, Senators Crago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. Chairman Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 99 do pass. And I will turn over the explanation of the bill to Senator Hicks.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of this bill, this is kind of been on a journey. We looked at something like this last year. I think the participants that were engaged, so we're talking about electrical transmission lines crossing private properties. This is the second year that the groups got together, which we call the landowners and the utilities in the interim, and spent a lot of time trying to hash out what was a reasonable prescriptive easement across there. So the issue, folks, is many of these old transmission corridors, there was a handshake agreement between the landowners and the utilities for the purposes of putting those transmission lines in. And so since that time, they need to go in there and update those, but there was no easement recorded on the title of those properties. So this is trying to seek the remedy for that issue, that you have all these utilities, primarily transmission utilities, crossing private property, that there's no recorded easements. In the interim, from the time this bill started last year, many of the big landowner groups in the state work with utilities, and this is a byproduct of this that came out of there. So what it effectively does is for those utilities that have been on across those properties for a long time, it carves out a prescriptive easements for those utilities. It stays within that plus or minus 30 feet. They can still operate within those easements. Those easements aren't exclusive. In other words, somebody else could acquire. That's up to the landowner to negotiate that. But I would tell you there was a lot of work went in this from the utilities and from the landowner groups in the state of Wyoming, and this is the product that we have here. I think it's a good product. It solves both the concerns of both entities, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions on this bill. If there is no questions, please vote aye.
So, Senator, we do have a committee of the whole amendment, and I would ask that that be read in at this time.
Senate File 99, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 6, after line 5.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without objection, I would withdraw Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 99.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 99 has been withdrawn. We're back on the bill. Any discussion, any questions on Senate File 99? All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 99, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 99 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 109. Would the reading clerk please read in Senate File 109?
Senate File 109, Cowboy State Agricultural Trust Fund, an act relating to the administration of government, sponsored by Senator Boner, referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a due pass recommendation. Voting ayes, Senators Boner, Hicks, Jones, Landon, and Schuler. Signed, Senator Landon, Chairman.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 109 do pass. And for an explanation of this bill, Senator Boner.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a product of our Cowboy State Agricultural Initiative that's been working diligently for since about summertime to do a lot of things, but this is a legislative effort, or part of that effort. And so what Senate File 109 does is it connects our producers directly with current agencies of government which are supporting them. So UW College of Agriculture, our community colleges, the Wyoming Business Council, high school CTE, as well as nonprofits that deal with agriculture in the classroom. And so in addition to forming this committee, that is set up by the bill, we also set aside $10 million We got to use interest from that $10 million to fund various projects that support our third largest industry. And so you'll see at the beginning of page 4, you have a laundry list of different things that these funds could be used for. So research at the College of Agriculture at the University of Wyoming, workforce development at both UW and our community colleges, concurrent classes supporting ag education. So those are the classes that you can take in high school that will give you college credit through our community college system or UW. Workforce development in high schools, as well as value-added agriculture products, incorporate new technologies, other efforts, programs that maybe you would associate more with economic development, including tools in the toolbox at the Business Council that allow for industrial revenue bonds to support enhanced meat packing facilities, things like that. The committee that decides how these funds will be spent is made up of either the or designees from the following agencies: Department of Agriculture, Dean of the University of Wyoming College of Agriculture, Wyoming Business Council, Community College Commission, high school folks that teach career and technical education, a nonprofit that supports agriculture in the classroom, and very importantly, 3 individuals currently involved in the private sector in production agriculture. So that's basically what the bill does, that we can provide for opportunity for private donations to the trust, as well as requires a 1-for-1 match for any expenditures. So you can think of maybe the ADMB, for example, as an analogous organization that doesn't create new agencies, but takes what we currently have and brings them together for further collaboration. So that's what this bill does. We have a standing committee amendment that we can have read at this time.
Thank you, Senator. Could we have the standing committee amendment read in, please?
Senate File 109, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 8, line 22.
Back to you, Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, Senate File 109. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment does 2 things. It ensures that the reporting requirement from this committee back to our Joint Agriculture Committee continues in perpetuity. I've heard some feedback that we want more legislative oversight, so this will help with that, and probably have a second reading amendment that really enhances our legislative oversight. And then we have a request from the department starting on line 7 for $42,000. Basically, this is to support the per diem and travel for the members of the committee that are not already government employees. So that's what the standing committee amendment does. I'll stand for questions on that.
Any questions or discussion on the standing committee amendment number 1? All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 109, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. The standing committee amendment has passed. We do have a committee of the whole amendment. Senator Boner, would you be willing to carry that one? Could we have that one read in, please?
Senate File 109, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 3, line 6.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 in Senate File 109. Ladies and gentlemen, all that this does is establishes an income account separate from the corpus, if you will. This is at the recommendation of our state treasurer's office, especially if we're going to be taking matching funds. It's really important that we pass this for this to work well. So I ask for your favorable consideration on the Committee of the Whole Amendment.
We do appreciate our treasurer's office. Thank you, Senator Boner. Any questions on the Committee of the Whole Amendment? Discussion. All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion to adopt the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 109, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. The Committee of the Whole Amendment has passed. We're back on Senate File 109. Discussion. Any questions? All those in favor of Senator Schuler's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report or do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 109, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 109 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 111. If the reading clerk, please read in the Senate file.
Senate File 111, Select Committee on Gaming, an act relating to the legislature, sponsored by Senator Kolb, referred to committee number 1, which returned a do pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Crago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson, signed Senator Olson, Chairman. Referred to committee number 2, which returned a do pass recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Driscoll, Garou, Larson, and Salazar. Excuse Senator French, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman.
You want to take this one, Senator Salazar? We've got two good chairmen standing on this one. Senator Salazar, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a recommendation that Senate File 111 do pass, and I will give the explanation to Senator Cole. I think would be really good at this.
Senator Kolb, and thank you to Chairman Olson as well. Should have come that direction, but Senator Kolb, Senate File 111.
Mr. Chairman, I would like the Chairman of Judiciary to run the amendment. I could do it if you'd like. And by the way, your birthday cake is quite good. It's going fast.
Yeah, thanks. Senator Olson, do you want to handle the standing committee amendment?
Oh, I'd love
My
to.
apologies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 111. Oh, let's have it read in.
Let's have that read in, and if the reading clerk would read the standing committee amendment, please.
Senate File 111, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1.
To you, Senator Olson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Now I will move standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 111 and do ask for your favorable consideration. I'll turn over the explanation of the standing committee amendment and the bill to Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, the Standing Committee amendment is making this a nonpartisan situation for members. So in this case, of course, it's always a challenge to get people that are, number one, interested in such a thing as gaming. So it was thought that it'd be a more broad, better group of folks, in so much as the ones that would want to participate. There's 3 members. There'd be 3 House members, 3 Senate members to this select committee. And that was the purpose for the amendment, was to make it a nonpartisan appointment with members.
Okay.
I'll stand for questions.
Okay, any questions or discussion on the standing committee amendment? All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 111, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. The standing committee amendment has passed. Senator Kolb, we are back on the bill.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this has been a subject of quite a lot of discussion, the need for this. I think we've all heard that it's a $2 billion industry with a lot of things that need to be looked at. We did a total of 5 this interim that is still moving through the process. So I think we demonstrated that this group that we have currently can get product out, but it cannot be sponsored. So this would be a method to have a select committee that can, in fact, move bills and sponsor bills, and kind of a permanent home for this so we can deal with it. It's grown so much, on one hand, it's turned into a wildly popular thing, more than I think we ever envisioned when it started. And we've got all different ways, mechanisms of handling different types of gaming activity, from skill-based, HHR. There's many things that would be in a home, so it can be specialized. This isn't anything that's going to get figured out in a couple years. This is an ongoing issue that I think deserves a permanent place, that it can be given the attention it needs, so we all, the bodies, can better understand what's needed without it turning into kind of what it had in the past, just not a lot of success. So that's the purpose for this. This committee would be, upon signature of the governor, it would be enacted. There's a $34,000 appropriation for 2 years. And like I said, it'll have three House, 3 Senate members. Mr. Chairman, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Senator Kolb. Discussion or any questions on Senate File 111? Senate File 111. All those in favor of Senator Salazar's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 111, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. All Senate File 111 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 113. Would the reading clerk please read in the Senate file?
Senate File 113, 2026 General Election Hand Count Comparison, an act relating to elections, sponsored by Senator Craigo, referred to Committee Number 7, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Boner, Dockstader, Landon, Steinmetz. Voting no, Senator Case. Signed, Senator Case, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Steinmetz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since our committee is getting a little sparse on the floor here, I move that Senate File 113, I forgot what I was going to say. I move Senate File 113 and ask for your favorable recommendation when you report from the Committee of the Whole, and I would call on Senator Craigo.
Senator
for that rough
Steinmetz,
deal.
that was close enough. When
Good
the Committee of the
enough
Whole
for
rises
tonight.
to report is what you were saying.
Yes,
And-
that's right.
And let's go to Senator Craigo. If the good senator has some voice left, we'd sure appreciate knowing about Senate File 113.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you Senate File 113, 2026 General Election Hand Count Comparison, and I ask for the body's favorable consideration. I spoke quite a bit about this on the introductory vote. The intent of this bill and really the meat of the bill, if you turn to page 3, and I'm just going to read from the bill. The purpose of the hand count audit is to complete a physical examination of as close to 5% of the total number of ballots cast on election day per county as possible and compare the results of the hand count audit to the results tabulated by the electronic equipment. And Mr. Chairman, as you remember, in committee, I specifically noted I am not one of the people that think we have problems with our elections, but I know there are people who are worried about that. And so I'm bringing this bill to alleviate that concern. We're going to actually check the results through a hand count against the results from the machines and show that they're right. I could be wrong. We will find that out too. This bill is something I worked on with our county clerks. It's something they can actually implement. It's something they can actually do in the statutory timeframes that we have set out already in the green books. They helped me a great deal get this to where it is. And it's pretty simple. The Secretary of State will select two races, one federal, one statewide, that will be audited in every county. And then every legislative race, which only obviously half of this body will be up, but all of the others will be up. And so those as well will get audited pursuant to this. It's not permanent. It's not going in the green books. This is a one-time event, at least as of now. We'll see how it goes. If it works out, it's something we could put in the green books later. But my intent was to work with the clerk to see if we could actually do this, make sure it's manageable. And then if it is, and it's something we want to look at again for the next election, we dang sure could do that, Mr. Chairman. But for now, it's just for the 2026 and general and primary elections. Even though the title says general, it actually applies to the primary races as well. And that's a mistake on my part in drafting and not including both elections in the title.
Thank you, Senator Craigo. Can we have the standing committee amendment read in, please?
Senate File 113, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, above line 1.
Senator Craigo, would you like to tackle that one?
Yeah, and I'm probably going to throw you for a bit of a curveball here, Mr. Chairman. So I will move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 113, but I'm going to ask the body to vote no. And the reason being, not that I don't agree with the intent of the amendment, but the second half of the amendment does not actually read in correctly. And so I need to do some wordsmithing with the committee and get that brought back to you. The first part of the amendment is actually striking the word general from the title, which is good catch by the committee. I will bring that back in on a second reading amendment, and I'll get that all sorted out so that it doesn't read in wrong, because as of now, the language in the amendment doesn't quite work.
Okay, thank you, Senator. We are on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to 113. You've been asked to vote no on this. All those in favor of Senator Crago's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to 113, please say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
That's better. That Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to 113 has failed. We are back on the bill. Is there discussion or any questions about the bill? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I will say that when I first became politically active, hand count was the norm. And I know there's a big enthusiasm for it these days, but I would warn the Senate that experience with actual hand counts was they are subject to human error, and that showed up in the recount provisions, and they can be manipulated. And it was done in our county on occasion, Mr. Chairman. So I think this bill is going to be all right, but if we start getting much more extensive, Mr. Chairman, that could be very dangerous.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Further discussion on Senate File 113. Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a positive comment about this bill. I think it addresses the issue to have randomization to make sure that things are going correctly, and to remind the public, these are tabulators. I mean, I think there's one county that does it a little different for other reasons, but my county's certainly a tabulator. I think, so at the end of the day, we have paper ballots that we have in hand that we can always go back and look at. This is a way that's efficient, doesn't bog the system down, and I think if you find a problem, then we're gonna know there actually is a problem. I don't think there is, but this is just a way of reassuring the public that our system is working and they can trust in it. Thank you, and on and for the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion, Senator Pappas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good comment from our good senator from Bates Creek on hand counting and paper ballot. He didn't mention, though, it was on stone tablets.
Thank you, Senator Pappas. Anything further on Senate File 113? All those in favor of Senator Steinmetz's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 113, please say aye. Any opposed? No. Senate File 113 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 116. If the reading clerk, please read the Senate file.
Senate File 116, Surface Water Drainage Utilities, an act relating to cities and towns, sponsored by Senator Crum, referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a due pass recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Crago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of that bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Olson?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 116 do pass. And I will turn over the explanation of the bill to the Senator from Mobile.
Senator Crum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to take a lot of time, we discussed this bill the other day. This is really just a clarification bill. We have two statutes in our rules and laws, and this bill just clarifies those two statutes, that they're connected. And you did get a handout on this the other day, but in case you didn't or misplaced it, we're talking about statute 157401, which allows a city, town, who owns or operates waterworks to form a stormwater utility runoff or to operate stormwater utility runoff. I don't think there's any question there. Then in statute 1610-102, it says that in section E, it very clearly says, a governing body shall not fund surface water utility until the proposition to impose the means of financing the surface water drainage utility has been submitted to and adopted by the electors within that proposed surface water utility drainage area. And really that's the crux of the bill. It's saying you can do this, but if you want to finance them, you need to take it to the voters, which is current law. The Wyoming Supreme Court has ruled many, many times that two sections, you can't look at one section without looking at the other. Through interpretations, you know, their rulings have been, when interpreting statute, the Wyoming courts have looked at the plain language to determine the legislative intent and interpret it as a complete document, meaning the whole document, everything in the statutes combined. Also, the whole statute requires that all parts of law be read together, pretty straightforward. And under Wyoming law, if the statute is not ambiguous, and I believe I just read it, that's not ambiguous, that it must be considered as a whole. And so what's happened is we've had a couple municipalities around the state look at trying to operate a utility, do financing, requesting financing up to $130 million in one case, and use the word fees on water bills and sewage bills and those type of things to avoid taking things to a voter. Now, many of those communities today have lowered those fees since this bill introduction's been put in place, which is commendable, but it doesn't alleviate the issue. It's nice of them to do that, but the issue is we have a law in place that's not being followed, whether it's $1 out there or $130 million, it's a law that needs to be followed. So that's the crux of the bill. We do have an amendment that I would like to be read in, if that's possible.
Would the reading clerk please read in the Committee of the Whole Amendment?
Senate File 116, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 3, after line 14.
To you, Senator Crum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd move Committee of Whole Amendment Number 1. To ask for favorable consideration. And what this amendment does, after listening to some municipalities around the state, there may be a few municipalities that have gone into debt with some financing. We don't know of any for sure, but if they did, we want to listen to our municipalities. And so with that, this amendment is just as it says nothing withstanding the provision of this act, any municipality that has outstanding debt incurred to statute 15-7-101, which is what we just kind of discussed, on or before July 1st of 2026, which is the date of inaction of this legislation, shall not be prohibited from the terms of this act to continue the repayment of the debt under the terms of their debt or under complete repayment of the debt. So that's the amendment, and I'd ask for consideration or questions on the amendment.
Any questions on the Committee of the Whole Amendment? Any questions? All those in favor of Senator Crum's motion to adopt the Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 116, please say aye. Any opposed, no. The Committee of the Whole Amendment has passed. We're back on the bill. Senator Crum?
And again, I just asked for favorable consideration. This is very straightforward, just as the courts have ruled, just connecting everything and trying to avoid confusion out there in public and with the cities and municipalities.
Anything further, committee, on Senate File 116? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not wanting to keep anybody here, but just wanted to mention on this bill, affects my city that in fact, I think I may have been on the city council when we passed this through ordinance, a stormwater fee, very small fee, which we had very little public participation. No one seemed to be too concerned about it. My concern with the bill is I know it's trying to help a couple of cities that are possibly, at least one of them maybe in litigation or whatever, I understand that. But the way the bill reads, there's a section in it that basically says any city that passed through ordinance, this would have to go back and have an election. And then stop, obviously, what you're doing with collecting the fees. We've already used those fees at times to help out, when a ditch backs up or a subdivision floods or whatever else. It's worked really, really well for us. And I mean, I think the amendment that the good senator brought is helpful to some degree. But I think if it goes forward, I think, I'll have to bring some amendments to try and help our situation and other cities. I don't know how many others. I think there's a few that maybe have done the same thing. So with that, I would just urge caution. And, if it goes through, then I'll bring some amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schuler. Let's go to Senator Nethercott and then to Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, sensed the good previous speaker making eye contact with me, the side eye. I think the capital city is the biggest offender next to the, our city to the west of us, where our great university is. It is true, this bill is a heavy hitter as a result of bad actions by the capital city and the home of the university that took it a little too far and have caused significant concerns for residents, business owners, and this has been ongoing for quite some time. I'm aware that they recently passed an ordinance just this week, putting that particular effort in abeyance for now. I think the concerns across the summit persist and litigation persist. So this is an issue that we need to resolve and I need to be committed to, but the capital city has been brought to the table. And I think that's a good sign of how they recognize that the legislature and our constituents are taking this very seriously and intend to seriously move it either through the end of this session or through the interim to make sure that our constituents' concerns are represented and their authorities are kept within the bounds that are respectful to the financial impacts to all of our constituents.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Guys, going through this bill, it was clear, at least to me, that subsection E was a clear issue in statutes where it directs them to go out and go out to the voters and get a vote. I think it's certainly clear to me that we have, municipalities around the state that probably have been conducting business without doing that. But I thought Senator Crumb's amendment did a lot to address that. I guess what I would say is, hopefully this will move forward, but I think it's incumbent upon everybody to look into this a little bit seriously and actually look at those statutes and kind of form your own opinion about this, because it was clear that it's an issue and we have to figure a path forward. And I think that the way the bill is now, it's able to be moved forward. I think everyone looks forward to more discussion on this because how it affects the municipalities. But it's in statute, so it appears that we need to address it. On and for the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. We are in Senate File 116, surface water drainage utilities. Any other discussion before we go back to the sponsor? Senator Crump.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I just ask for your favorable consideration. We've heard some of the issues out there. I do think this is a bigger issue, but in the meantime, we do have statutes on the book that need to be followed, and then we can move forward, and we're trying to work with the municipalities, i.e. the amendment. But in the meantime, I would ask for your favorable consideration on this as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 116, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 116 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 118. Would the reading clerk please read in the Senate file?
Senate File 118, eminent domain water projects, an act relating to eminent domain, sponsored by Senator Ide, referred to Committee Number 1, re-referred to committee number 5, which returned a do-pass recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Ide, Love, McEwen, Pearson. Excused, Senator Crago. Senator Ide, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Ide?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that Senate File 118 do pass, and I turn it over to the good senator from Baggs. Thank you.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, how's your birthday cake?
Oh, really good.
Awesome.
Some really good senator brought me a piece of that.
Members of the body, this is not that big of a bill from a standpoint. It just makes a lot of conforming amendments to statutes, but if you go to page 7 is the real meat of the bill. And basically what that says is if you're being funded through water development out of accounts 1, 2, or 3, and you have a project out there that may require eminent domain, that the commission would review that, and the commission would make a recommendation whether they thought the legislature should allow the use of eminent domain for those. So that's what the bill does. And so if you come in and apply for a project, they're going to look at the project and they're going to say, this is likely to require the use of eminent domain or it's not. And then they make a recommendation to the legislature. The other thing I want you to be aware of is if you turn over, and this is why. The reason that we're doing this is we're investing in some of these projects, literally hundreds of millions of dollars. And at some point in time, some of these are funded at 90 to 95% state funding. Just as kind of a safeguard, maybe we ought to have a little oversight when we're funding projects to that level. But it puts the commission in control of making that recommendation. The other thing it does, and I want to bring this to your attention because there's some things that have been misconstrued. It's not ex post facto. It doesn't go back. So if you go to the back page and you go to page 14, it says this act applies to projects receiving appropriations from water development accounts 1 through 3 that are initiated on or after July 1st of 2026. So this is just as we move forward with these projects, and it's likely the point that we may get to eminent domain, the commission will look at those and then make a recommendation. So how does that practically work? They receive the applications, they review them, it goes to Select Water Committee. It would come in as part of that omnibus water bill that would require at that point in time. So this is looking forward, it's not looking backwards, it doesn't deal with any of those projects that have already been funded. It's just a precautionary note as we go forward. And I think some of the members of Select Water, this is kind of along the line of let's make sure you got all your easements in place. If you got all your easements in place, we already know that. So I think this is consistent with some of the discussions that Select Water has had on the approving these projects, not having all the easements. This will help make sure the easements are in place. We know where there's going to be eminent domain. So it's just another check the box. And if the box gets checked and says it's highly likely that this is going to require eminent domain, that would come through the water bill and the water commission is would require legislative authorization to go ahead and use those. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions. If there is no question, I ask for your favorable consideration of an aye vote.
Thank you, Senator. Discussion. Any questions on Senate File 118? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I know eminent domain for good reason is pretty unpopular in this body, but water projects have a special problem. Often either issues of topography or geology dictate where you can do a water project. And you may very well find that that's land that's owned, at least in part, by somebody who would rather the water project did not go forward, and you may need to use eminent domain. My prediction to you is that this bill will have the effect of just having us put a boilerplate provision in every water bill that eminent domain is permitted. And if we don't do that, we'll probably see some projects delayed a year while they come back and get it. Mr. Chairman, I really wonder, is this bill really going to do anything?
Thank you, Senator Scott. Further discussion on Senate File 118. Let's come back to Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, it will do something from a standpoint that I think if we implement this, it actually expedite these projects. And keep in mind in that water development process, level ones are reconnaissance studies. We pay that 100% of that cost. But this now says to the consultants that are doing the level one, you need to look if this project has the potential to require an eminent domain. And then they go to level two. And through level two, they start to do preliminary design and narrow down a range of alternatives. It also signals when you're doing level two studies, again, 100% paid by the state, that the consultants that we hire are going to look at these and say, if it's a transmission line, a lake, a reservoir, whatever that is it likely to be crossed and across private property? So it's a check the box, make sure you look at this. And then we get to level three, which is the funding. And by that time, we pretty much are saying we're going to go to design and construct those things. So it still is, okay, now we're really narrowed it down from this is what you need, this is a range of alternatives, this is what we're going to do. And as part of that we're going to do, it's now saying if there's eminent domain involved, potentially, that goes to the commission. The commission's going to review that after the staff reviews that, and then they're going to make a recommendation. And that recommendation would come to the legislature as part of that funding package for that project. Now, my colleague is always correct. There's usually maybe something that's unforeseen that occasionally happens. It's called geology. Even under those cases, because these are typically large projects, they take multiple years. The worst case scenario is they could move forward with any piece of the project except for the part that might require the eminent domain. So it's more than anything else as we move forward to make sure if those easements are going to require eminent domain, that we're aware of them, the commission's aware of them, the offices when they review those projects. So I think it just provides a better process for everybody involved in the future, that these projects don't get hung up after we've allocated all the money and the resources and the studies, because there's an easement that would require potentially the use of eminent domain. And so I think it just pretty much lays out the way we think the process would work really well. And if we're going to spend hundreds of millions or tens of millions of dollars on these projects, maybe we ought to have the final approval on condemning somebody's private property. It protects the program, it protects the landowner, and I think it protects the interests of the state.
Further discussion. Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, I struggle with this one because, you know, I struggle with the separation of powers on the education front. I made it very well known my opinion on folks in black robes taking on our legislative responsibilities and roles, but here we are putting on black robes ourselves here and kind of wandering into a different lane. Eminent domain is in the Constitution. These types of issues, instead of the legislature deciding, I think that needs to be decided by the courts. And the courts have to have a role here. And as much as it pains me to say, but I think we are wandering out of our lane, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion. We are on Senate File 118. Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I almost hate to stand up on this one, but I'm against it. I just don't think it's the legislature's role, obviously, on what was said before. I think there's too much political things going on at times. You know, whoever cries the loudest is going to get the voice. So against this proposal.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. I like the bill, on for the bill. Comments from my friends next to me and behind me are legitimate concerns, but I think the big point that good senator from Baggs makes is if we're using state money, and it's a lot of money, or tens of millions or hundreds of millions, we should vet that pretty seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, you know,
I'm a big proponent of private property rights. And when you know, this is, the Wyoming Constitution was done, what, 150 years ago? Does it, on these water things, an extension of a water project apply the same today? I mean, like I said the other day, everybody in here, if somebody wants to run a water pipeline through your backyard in town, across your lawn, you're probably gonna complain about it, but they have the ability to say, well, you know, we're gonna do it anyway. It's not right. This bill gives the legislature a chance to say, hey, if you're spending $75 million of our money, and when I say our money, the people's money, the people of the state, you need to justify this. So this is a good bill. This eminent domain should be used very, very sparingly, if at all. It's bad.
Are you ready for the question? Senator Hicks.
Chairman, just to follow up here, there is no separation of powers issue because we are not condemning anybody's rights under the Constitution to use eminent domain. Every one of these entities still has that. It doesn't do anything to that entity's right to use their right of eminent domain for any of these water projects. It just says if you're using state funds for this program, it has to go through a process of evaluation, checks and balances to make sure. They can go use eminent domain and condemn their neighbor's property tomorrow. We're just saying if you're going to use our money, maybe we ought to have the agency look at that through the process. If they come back and make a recommendation to the legislature that you may want to take a look at that, we're going to take a look at it. Doesn't remove the right of eminent domain from anybody under our Constitution.
All those in favor of Senator Ide's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 118, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. No. Senate File 118 is passed Committee of the Whole. Division having been called, all of those in favor, please stand. Senate File 118. All the noes, please stand. Senate File 118 has failed pursuant to Senate Resolution 6-5, having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required, and the chief clerk will call the roll on Senate File 118, eminent domain water projects.
Senate File 118, Anderson, excused. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? No. No. Case?
Excused.
Excused. Cooper? No. Craigo? No. No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll?
Excused.
Excused. French? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones?
Excused.
Excused. Kolb? Aye. Landon?
No.
No. Larson? No. Love? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? I. Rothfuss.
Excused?
Excused. Salazar. No. Schuler. No. Scott. No. Steinmetz. Aye. President Beitman. No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 118, 9 aye, 17 no, 5 excused.
Senate File 118 did not pass committee of the whole. Is that what I'm supposed to say? Indefinitely postponed, that's right. Senate File 118 is indefinitely postponed. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 121. If the reading clerk would please read in the Senate file.
Senate File 121, Wyoming Pharmacy Act Amendments, an act relating to the Wyoming Pharmacy Act, sponsored by Senator Dockstader, referred to Committee Number 10, which returned a do pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Brennan, Crum, Hutchings, Scott, and Steinmetz. Signed, Senator Brennan, Chairman.
Senator Brennan, you've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 121 do pass. There is a standing committee amendment. If we could have that read in at this time.
Would the reading clerk please read in the standing committee amendment?
Senate File 121, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, lines 1 through 3.
Back to you, Senator Brennan.
Thank you. I would move Standing Committee Amendment 1 to, wait, did I already do that? No, okay. I would.
You're doing right on track.
Perfect. It's only 7:30, but it feels like 10. So I would move Standing Committee Amendment 1 to Senate File 121 and ask for your favorable aye vote. Members of the committee, I'm going to explain this Standing Committee Amendment, and that will explain most of the bill. So this bill was brought before our committee because pharmacists currently are not able to practice up to really what they're fully educated to do. It is a problem. We even talk about that often in my other work, that they're just restricted. And so that this helps to do that. If you turn to page 2 of the bill, what we do here with the Standing Committee Amendment is we take the first part, lines 1 and 2 of the page 2, and we take page 3, lines 11 through 16, and we put them all back in the beginning. This is just current statute. So in the Standing Committee Amendment, lines 3 through 10, current statute. Then what happened when this bill came to committee is that there was a little bit of problems with the wording, the language of the bill, and a couple of the parties. So we got everybody together and they fixed all of those problems. And then we get the meat of the bill here on line 14B, which says practice of pharmacy means but is not limited to. And then it goes just down those parts. A lot of this is just doesn't really change the bill, it just rewords what the pharmacist can do. I would point out a couple of things. Romanet 3 is assessing the patient for the, no, I want Romanet 4. Initiating or providing pharmacist care services pursuant to Board of Pharmacy rules. Currently, the Board of Pharmacy can't make as many rules as other disciplines in healthcare, and so this really just helps the Board of Pharmacy align with what's done in other disciplines in healthcare. And then in Romanet 6, this was a really important part to keep in, the engaging in collaborative pharmaceutical care, just meaning that the pharmacists, physicians, that they're all coming together for collaborative care of the patients. That, Mr. Chairman, is really the standing committee amendment. I would ask for your favorable aye vote and answer any questions.
Any questions on the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 121? Question having been called. All those in favor of Senator Brennan's motion to adopt standing committee amendment 1 to Senate File 121, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. We are back on the bill. Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to turn over the rest of the explanation of the bill to the sponsor. But before I do that, I want to point out on page 4, because this was a concern in the committee, that here on page 4, line 13, this gives the pharmacists licensed under this act, they're trained and can prescribe and administer immunizations. Currently, for healthy individuals age 7 and older, this changes it to ages 3 and older. This aligns with what's being done federally, one, but the second comment that I wanted to make, because there was questions in what is the age difference, when immunizations and other shots are being given, it's really a where is that right muscle, and that's what you're going for, and so there's just a difference in that size of the muscle, but everything else is the same. So if you can give an immunization to somebody that's 7, you can certainly give one to one that's 3 also. And for any further explanation on the bill, I'll turn it over to the sponsor.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you.
This is your bill, I think.
Mr. Chairman, I let our chairman go through the amendments. That amendment was the collaborative work of those in the pharmacy world and those that provide medical health care, and everybody walked out in agreement. That's the emphasis here, that we finally reached a product that everybody's happy with. So I'm not going to go back over everything that the good chair explained page by page. I'll tell you the 3 basic things this bill does. It enhances pharmacy services by modernizing the practice of pharmacy. Patients can gain quicker access to patient assessments, counseling, and collaborative care, helping address healthcare shortages and improve everyday healthcare management in Wyoming. It increases access to immunizations, as noted. Wyoming patients, especially in the rural areas, will benefit from the pharmacists being able to administer recommended vaccines to children as young as 3, to those who request it. They're just simply those who want it. That reduces travel time to distant clinics, and it ensures timely protection, parental consent, and safety guards. Ultimately, it improves safety and quality. This bill promotes the use of quality improvement programs, addresses emerging technologies by the pharmacist, leads to safer, higher quality services for all Wyoming residents. It opens up a world of improved and accessible healthcare in Wyoming. Everyone has agreed. We spent a lot of time putting it all together and reaching that agreement. Ask for your favorable approval.
Thank you, Senator Dockstader. Any discussion, any questions on Senate File 121? All those in favor of Senator Brennan's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report or do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 121, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 121 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 125. If the reading clerk would please read the Senate file.
Senate File 125, Wyoming Business Council Amendments, an act relating to the administration of the government, sponsored by Senator Crum, referred to Committee Number 9, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Anderson, Cooper, Jones, Nethercott. Voting no, Senator Rothfuss, Senator Anderson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill, and I'm looking for some member of the Minerals Committee. maybe Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the due pass recommendation of Senate File 125, Wyoming Business Council amendments, and to explain the bill, I call on Senator Crum.
Senator Crum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we have somebody read in the committee or the standing committee amendment?
Would the reading clerk please read in the standing committee amendment?
Senate File 125, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 6.
Back to you, Senator Crum.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill does is very simple. We've had all the discussions we probably need to on the Business Council. What it does, it just keeps the Business Council open till April 15th, 2027. It requires that there's a committee put together to look at the Business Council in the interim to decide what this body would like the Business Council to look like. But other than that, it's very straightforward bill. The amendment is really more clarification, just kind of cleaning things up. It deleted the word task force, and so it wasn't an official task force, this group that got together, and deleted providing an appropriation for that group. But other than that, very straightforward bill. And I stand for any questions.
Any questions on the standing committee amendment number? Senator Crum, would you do me a favor and move that?
Oh, I am sorry.
That's my fault.
It's my fault for not doing that. I'd move standing committee amendment number 1.
Thank you. We are on standing committee amendment number 1 to 125. Any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Crum's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Standing committee amendment has passed. We are back on the bill, and a committee of the whole amendment awaits. But Senator Crum, back to you.
No further discussion at this time for me, Mr. Chairman.
We have a committee of the whole amendment, if it could be read in at this time.
Senate File 125, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 6, line 6.
Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman, without objection, I would ask to withdraw standing, or Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1.
Are there any objections to that? Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been withdrawn. We are back on the bill. Anything, Senator Crum? Anyone else? All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, to do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 125, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 125 is passed Committee of the Whole. And I have in my hand the final Senate Joint Resolution Bill, Senate Joint Resolution 6. If the reading clerk could please read in the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 6, Shared Parenting Day. A joint resolution designating April 26th of each year to be Shared Parenting Day in the state of Wyoming. Referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Crego, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the joint resolution. What is your pleasure, Senator Olson?
Mr. Chairman, I move in the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a due pass recommendation for Senate Joint Resolution 6. There is a, there is a standing committee amendment. Have that read in.
Senate Joint Resolution 6, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, lines 6 through 12.
Back to you, Senator Olson.
Thank you. I will move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 6 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, this amendment deletes the first whereas clause of the resolution. We, as a committee, received testimony via email, text message, and in person that this whereas clause was causing some consternation, and we felt it best to just remove it, and I think the sponsor is quite all right with that. So I'll ask for your favorable consideration.
Are there any questions on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1? All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Joint Resolution 6, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. That Standing Committee Amendment has passed. We are back on the resolution. Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will turn over the explanation of the Senate Joint Resolution to the sponsor.
Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the best bill of the day. Because it's the last, right? No, actually it is. So, do you want me to read the whole resolution? Come on. Okay,
Well, that's
so-
it's certainly up to you.
No, I'm not
Your
gonna- I'm
safety
not-
might be at stake, so
Yeah.
thank you, Senator.
Thank you, fellow senators. This is the first step in my absolute, I have a passion for shared parenting and in our state, and this is the first step getting there. Celebrating April 26th as Shared Parenting Day in the state of Wyoming. And I will ask for your favorable vote. Pretty please. I'm begging.
Question having been called. All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate Joint Resolution 6, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Senate Joint Resolution 6 is passed Committee of the Whole. And Madam Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. What is all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. That motion has passed.
Yeah.
Mr.
There's
President.
plenty of time for it. People will kill us.
Not bad for an old cowboy, huh? Happy birthday. Good job. Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 102, do pass amended. Senate File 104, do pass. Senate File 110, do pass amended. Senate File 106, do pass amended. Senate File 72, do pass. Senate File 92, do pass amended. Senate Joint Resolution 5, do pass. Senate File 117, do pass amended. Senate File 21, do pass amended. Senate File 99, do pass. Senate File 109, do pass amended. Senate File 111, do pass amended. Senate File 113, do pass. Senate File 116, do pass amended. Senate File 118 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Senate File 121, do pass amended. Senate File 125, do pass amended. Senate Joint Resolution 6, do pass amended. Signed, Senator Landon, Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, I would move Committee of the Whole report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole report has been adopted. Thank you, Senator Landon. Do you have anything? Ready to go? Madam Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk at 7:42 p.m.
Good work, senators. Mr. President, I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, February 23rd.
All right, any announcements?
We will not be here Saturday.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Appropriations Committee will be meeting Monday upon noon recess in room E202. We'll be discussing HB 001, General Government Appropriations 2, and no public comment will be taken at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Further announcements, Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Senate Minerals, Business, and Economic Development Committee will meet Monday, February 23rd, upon the noon recess in the Capitol Extension Room 104 and online to consider House Bill 0005, Oil and Gas Bonding Tool, Investment and Earnings.
Thank you. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, your Corporations Committee will meet at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. We have one bill to take up. I don't have that in front of me, but we will get busy at 8 o'clock on Monday morning, the usual meeting room downstairs.
All right, thanks. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Education Committee, I can't even talk, will not be meeting Monday, but I would just encourage you, we don't have any bills yet coming from the other side, which that's okay. But start looking at interim topics because we need to have those by the 27th. So thank you, President.
Thank you. Senator McEwen, go to you first.
Yes, Mr. President. Your Revenue Committee will be meeting at 12:30 on Monday to take up House Bill 45, long-term homeowners tax exemption revisions.
Thank you. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, my apologies, I misspoke. The chairman of corporations told us earlier today that he was going to meet at 9 o'clock to take up that first and only bill. So 9 o'clock on Monday.
How kind of him. Senator Dockstader.
Mr. President, looks like all of my committees missing in action. So your corporation's elections political subdivision will be meeting at 9 a.m. on Monday to take up. Oh, sorry. I was looking around trying to make sure that everything, we're okay. We'll be all right. Happy birthday to my desk mate.
Too much birthday cake in that corner. Okay, any other announcements? Going once, going twice. All right, you've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, February 23rd.